Good evening, everyone. It's Thursday, October 30th, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. And you're joining me for part one of a playthrough of Root of All Evil. This is our October finale. We play spooky, scary games over October. We try to have one sort of showstopper, deluxe game at the end of the month. We think this will take us 2 nights, so tonight and Halloween night, October 31st, tomorrow night. I know not all of you will be able to join for that, but we'll see how it goes. We've had a good October so far. In fact, let me check in with the chat before I get too far into this. Make sure I'm actually broadcasting. Everyone can hear me okay. YouTube says 25 concurrent viewers. So let's talk a little bit about October, then we'll get into the game. So every October, I think Jonathan Warner, a viewer of this channel who's in the chat, started this tradition on the channel to play through scary, spooky games during October, and he has helped organize this month. Had a little bit of a bumpy road in parts of October, but I think actually in all, it was pretty successful. According to my numbers here, about 18 live streams over October, totaling over 53 hours. That's not bad. We played a variety of games, some standbys like Deadbolt Mystery Society, and some new games, a print and play game, a game called Mockery Manor. That was quite an experience. So all in all, a nice October. And we'll see how it finishes out. Root of All Evil was recommended to me by the Facebook Puzzle People group. And there are a lot of really experienced players there. I asked a couple years ago, in fact, what were some scary games they recommend. One was Witchery Spell, which we played I think 2 Halloweens ago, and that was a nice deluxe experience. And Root of All Evil was another one. We've been meaning to play this for a couple years. The Messenger was another one. Now, I have done spoiler-free reviews of those. I was reminded in the channel that I recommended Witchery Spell, and I recommended The Messenger, and I also recommended Root of All Evil, one of the only games I've ever recommended on the channel without playing it. But I recommended it for those of you looking for a deluxe scary game, and I trust the people who recommended it to me. Okay, let's do a little bit of bookkeeping first. So today we'll play part 1, tomorrow we'll play part 2. On Sunday we'll have our final letter of clues for the Dear Holmes case we've been playing. That'll be Sunday afternoon at 1 p.m., our normal play-by-mail time. And then I'm going to take off for a week, the first week in November. I say take off like this is a job. I just mean I'm going to take a little break from live streaming for the first week of November. Greg and I are holding our 3rd Co-op Con, little cooperative board game mini convention where it's just the 2 of us. We just play a whole bunch of cooperative board games, some old standbys like Pandemic and some new games. We actually released, the 2 of us, some reviews at the beginning of the month. Bomb Busters is one of the games we're looking forward to going back to, and we have a couple more reviews to catch up on. Okay, and then after the first week in November, we'll be back playing some games, including, perhaps most excitingly, we'll be starting Miami Flatline, the game that's over there. The follow-up to my 2024 Game of the Year, which was Medical Mysteries New York City emergency room, something like that. Medical-based mystery game. All right, anything else to talk about before I get into Root of All Evil? The other thing that will happen is after the November first week break, I think I'll start off by doing a channel update, live Q&A, and an update for New York Noir, which I've been working very hard on the last couple months. And I'm going to do my last push for volunteers. I could really use more artist volunteers working on the game so I can work on some other stuff. But we'll talk about that after the first week of November. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what I know about tonight's game, Root of All Evil. The company that makes Root of All Evil is called Crack a Nut. They have 3 games. There's Root of All Evil, and then there's Double Major, and then there's a game called Soup. They're all sort of expensive. Soup is the cheapest at $75. This one is in the middle, or at least currently in the middle, on sale for $120. Not a cheap game. And then Double Major is the one that's out of print. That is a more classic cold case game, I believe. I would love to get my hands on Double Major and play it on the channel. If anyone has a copy and wants to send it for us to play, I'd love to have it. So $120, I did purchase this, but this is a good excuse to thank the Patreon supporters of this channel. This is a perfect example of a game that I might not pull the trigger on without help from the Patreon supporters of this channel. They make it possible for us to play this game. If you are a Patreon supporter of the channel, thank you. If you're not, you can at least join me in thanking those who help fund the games we play on this channel so that we can be completely unattached to any company and don't have to feel bad about complaining about a game when we don't like it. I believe Root of All Evil came out sometime in 2020. I know I've had it for a couple years waiting to play it. There's an interesting system where they'll actually take this box back from you and give you a credit or something so that they can reassemble it. It looks like this box was repurposed once. There's something written on here. I don't quite know. I can't quite read it. Maybe we can look at it together. Anything else? I don't really know that much more about it. I know I've been told that it's more of an experience and that you could rush through it and miss some of the stuff to figure out. I do not, in general, believe in witches and supernatural and ghosts, but I do get a little uncomfortable doing spells and stuff. And from what I see here, there's a little bit of having to conduct some spell or something that makes me a little bit nervous. I don't want to welcome in any evil spirits psychologically, whether they're real or not, but we'll see what we can do. Anything else anyone wants to talk about before we get started here? No projects anyone is working on? Anyone doing anything over Halloween? Often during Halloween, I have friends over and we play a murder mystery dinner game, but I thought I would spend Halloween here with you all this year. All right, there's a big delay in YouTube, so no one can actually answer my questions, but you all know that you should have spoken up earlier if you had something to talk about. Okay, so here's the box. I've got this on a little pad because it looks like it might get a little bit messy to open. But before we open this box, let me just show you what the dimensions of it are. It feels pretty solid. Okay, so in addition to the box, there's this postcard and this envelope that says, do not open until you have completed the experience. So this is for us to open at the end. And this is our little introduction. And then this is a letter I got months later, weeks later. And I actually opened it until someone on the channel, because I didn't know what it was from. But I have been told that it is a follow-up to this game, so we will be looking at that eventually. Okay, let's take a look at this postcard. Root of all evil, historic tree. Oh, look, there's that, isn't it? Okay, let's read what this says. In November 1885, a small, quiet town in northern Michigan was forever changed. What started as a noble gesture would plunge the town into the depths of hell. Stories of haunting, sightings of ghosts and demons, murders and disappearances have woven together in fact or fiction, depending on who's telling the story. In the year 1885, the Northern Michigan Asylum was built in this little town. The grounds were enhanced with lush trees from all over the world, while the buildings were filled with all the misfits plagued with diseases of both mind and body for over 100 years. Hence the recipe for scores of dark legends of terror and mayhem. One of the trees, a black willow, still inhabits the grounds. Today it is referred to as the hippie tree, but back then it was known by a different, darker name, and that's where our story begins. Locate the ritual and perform it. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like the idea of performing a ritual. But I guess we have to open this box now. All right, before we open it, what is this text on the top of this box? What does it say? Looks like it says MEUM something UM. It almost looks like it's almost feels like it's Latin or something. Does someone? It's like a JMAMAFEVEVE. Could I do a rubbing of the text to see it better? It's an interesting idea. All right, I'll get some thin paper for between breaks. I can't do it right now, but we'll be able to do it. So, there's like a little tree. Wow, like a little. That's kind of scary, actually. I don't know how well you can see that. It's like a little leafy green, like a sprout. It kind of feels biological. Is it possible something's been growing in here for the last 3 years? All right. So, oh, I thought I was going to need this hammer, but I was able to push up. Now, I'm seeing this the first time you are. I have no idea what's actually in this box. Ouch. Ooh, that's creepy. That's actually really quite creepy. That feels real, like those are real plants. That's why I did it on this. Okay. It has been released. No matter how fast you close something, it is too late. Now you must fix what you have done. You will lose everything and everyone you love. I don't like that idea. Follow each step carefully, and you may save some. Be ever vigilant. Evil surrounds you. It mocks you. Evil does not take the something. He waits for the opener. Does not take the opener. He waits for the opener to give himself up to him willingly. I guess I'm the opener. Something ad infernum. Partum ad infernum? What is this word here? Ugh. Something ad infernum. So for those of you listening, I am just opening this box and there's some torn paper on the lid here. This looks like some Latin. Something ad infernum. Okay, so it's threatening my friends. All right, I don't like this plant. Like, I grew up in the city. I don't like anything bio. I don't like plants and trees and none of that. All right, well, this is kind of creepy. It's like almost damp. Hmm. Yeah. Take a look at this first. We've got like a fabric leather enclosed notebook. Okay. Whoa, there's a lot of reading. All right, we're going to be doing a lot of reading together. Write down the thoughts of the moment. Those that come unsought for are commonly the most valuable. Sir Francis Bacon. So we have a little diary is what we have. Wow, look at all this diary text. All right, well, we are going to be reading this together. This is why it's going to take us 2 nights. I'm getting real messenger vibes here. This person has written the diary. They've drawn in it. Okay. So we'll have to decide together how we want to do that. Let me just put this aside here. And we'll see what else we have. So if we have some old newspaper articles. This is a clipping from a newspaper from Traverse City, Michigan, Saturday, March 9th, 1935. Community saves historic tree. Okay, before I start reading this, so you've gotten a little glimpse inside this box. There's a bottom stuff. There's a leather bag. There's some photos. There's a little Bible here. Looks like a full Bible, but with some writing in it. A little bit, not a lot. A bell or a cup. I'm a little nervous about ringing that bell. Some tiny little envelopes, a wooden crucifix, something wrapped up. Seems like a bottle, some plants. All right, well, a very creepy vibe here to start with. Now, what I wanted to say is that if this looks like something that you might enjoy playing with your own group, now is the time to stop watching. Obviously, if you join me for this experience, you won't be able to re-experience it again. All the mystery will be out of it. So give some thought if you really do want to stay with me for the whole thing for 2 nights. Obviously, you could watch it after the fact. But there's your classic warning. Let me check with the chat here. I guess it's a box made from the spooky willow tree. Splash some holy water on it. The last line, DJ Moneycut says, I think it means the door to hell. Porta ad infernum translates roughly as the gate to hell in Latin. We're not sure what the text on the lid is yet, but it's probably also Latin. Okay. I guess we're gonna get started then by reading at least this newspaper. Maybe I'll put this box off to the side. I don't like the plants. The plants are bothering me the most, but let's take a look at this. Okay, Traverse City, Michigan, Saturday, March 9th, 1935. This feels very old and oiled. Community Saves Historic Tree by Judy Barker. Grand Traverse County officials are forced to reverse an earlier decision to remove a landmark tree from the grounds of the Northern Michigan Asylum in Traverse City. After several meetings taking place throughout the summer months of 1933, where members of the community rallied around saving a large willow tree from being chopped down to make room for new construction, Hanalei Construction was granted the right to remove the tree. That decision was based on the condition of the tree, which at the time was believed to be dead, as it had shown no sign of life since it last bloomed in 1928. The accompanied photo taken in June of 1933 shows the tree in its apparent dead state, considering it should have been in bloom that time of year. After permits were filed to begin construction, against all odds, the tree produced buds. That, in and of itself, was unexpected. What is unexplained is the fact those buds were seen in mid-December. In an attempt to explain this anomaly, Brian Pelton, a local arborist, explains that this tree, a willow, along with other local trees, maintain a set growth cycle, and they rely on the weather to keep them on track. Certain trees need to rest in cool temperatures before they can safely produce new growth. In the spring, early blooming can be extremely stressful for trees, especially if temperatures are mild one day, then plunge the next. When this happens, new growth is shocked by the sudden freeze and could be damaged. According to the National Weather Service, at the time the buds appeared, the temperature had not risen above 44 degrees in 19 days. For the time being, the Traverse Area Historical Society has successfully halted any construction that would result in removal of the landmark tree. One member of the committee says, "We'd like the tree to be saved, so we're asking that the people move the new building to the east a little so that the tree can stay here on the grounds of the hospital." At the time of this newspaper going to print, the tree is in full bloom. Here's an article about the visiting Keglers. Of particular interest to local bowlers is the announcement that Paul Ross is bringing his famous Garber Buicks of Saginaw to Traverse City Sunday, April 7th. The Garber Buicks finished in 8th place at the National Bowling Tournament in Columbus this year, garnering 3,000 pins and a cash prize of $700. Featured on this team is Leonard Moore, who won the World's All-Events title at Columbus with a total of 1973 pins for his 9 games. The visitors will roll an exhibition match with the local Pabst Blue Ribbon team at Conaway's Recreation in the afternoon at 2 p.m. The general public is cordially invited to witness this team in action. Then we have a little advertisement for putting classified ads in the paper. 2 cents per word. Minimum charge 25 cents. Minimum cash 25 cents. Minimum charge 35 cents. Okay. Saturday, March 9th, 1935. And then on the overside of this newspaper, we see some partial articles. Something burned. Death after the family cost a young woman her life. Undoubtedly saved her 3 children. Dead firebed. Some sort of stove. Heavy gas. I can't read this entire article because it's cut off, but it looks like there's some kids that were caught in a fire. Nearby neighbor wondered something, and his brother Clarence noticed something, stopped to investigate. Okay, and here's the continuation of this story. They found the interior of the home ablaze, with the mother and the 3 children all seriously burned in the front yard. Extinguishing the blaze, the men called an ambulance, and all 4 victims were rushed to a local hospital, where Mrs. Conrad died about 1:30 p.m. Friday. The children, all suffering from 2nd and 3rd degree burns, are in critical condition and are given only fair chance to recover. Oliver Conrad, husband and father at the time of the tragedy, was working on his father's farm a few miles away, threshing radish seed. Funeral services for Mrs. Conrad will be held at St. Mary's Church Monday morning at 9:30, with Father Richard Wrigley officiating. Please join the family for a post-service reception in the church hall. Then we have another article. Flees police, crashes tree. A 13-year-old Leland boy was in a Munson hospital today with a possible skull fracture incurred on Friday night when he crashed into a tree while riding a motor-driven bicycle in an effort to escape from the custody of juvenile officials. Edward Woodward, the accident victim, was reported as still unconscious this morning. State police, who investigated the case, stated that the boy struck a tree 2 miles west of the city on Silver Lake Road about 8 p.m. while endeavoring to escape from a Grand Traverse County probate court agent. The boy, who was undergoing an examination at the clinic, made his escape from the clinic when he was left in the custody of his mother, while the agent was conferring with the hospital officials. Officers said the boy stole the motorbike from the parking lot and was speeding out Silver Lake Road when he crashed. The boy will be returned to the juvenile detention center when released from the hospital. Then we have another little article. Death sparks investigation. A spokesperson for the Northern Michigan Asylum informs that around 3 p.m. yesterday, police were summoned to the hospital where a woman in her mid-30s was pronounced dead. The woman, identified as Dora Whitmore, died unnoticed in a solitary room where she was being housed. Though there was little public information immediately available about Miss Whitmore, state records confirm she suffered from a mental disorder. Hospital personnel verified that Miss Whitmore had been treated at the asylum for over 1.5 years and was housed in a solitary room for administrative reasons during the 76 days prior to her death. Police officials assure they are working on behalf of the coroner who reported the patient deceased at 3:31 p.m. to establish the cause of death. This is the 3rd unexplained death at the asylum in 18 months, and an inquest has been opened following the tragedy. It is unclear who discovered the body or reported the incident to the authorities. And then lastly, on this newspaper, we have a little classified ad. All right, what should we do? Let's decide how we want to handle this. We have 2 choices. We could either sort of go through these one by one. I know we don't want to read all of this in one straight go, so we'll want to break this up a bit. It's going to take us hours to read through this, but we could take out everything from the box and examine it, or we could go through these things one at a time and read them like we just read that newspaper. What does the group want to do? Should we go through these one at a time? Or do you want to take them all out so we know what we've got? Harry says, read the remainder of the newspaper clippings. That's what I don't want to do. I don't want to do like too much of one thing. I think we've learned from Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective that it's a little exhausting to read everything in the newspaper. So I want to mix things up a little. I just don't know. But you're saying for background information, you want to read the newspapers. Well, this newspaper is from 15 years, 12 years later. So let's see. Examine everything first. Anna says, read a bit. Read the remainder of the newspaper clip. It feels like background context for stories that you find this box or someone mysteriously sends it to you, sets it on your doorstep. I think that's right. I think the idea is that we've just gotten this box sent to us. Anna says, read from the notebook. Hexy Girl says, examine it all first. DJ says, examine it all first. It's interesting. These newspapers are a couple years apart each. Okay, I think since it feels like most... Oh, that's weird. Okay, it feels like most of what we're going to be doing is reading from this diary. So I wonder if we shouldn't try to like break this up a little bit. So why don't we read a little from the diary as we go through the box, so we break it up a little bit. Although I'm going to change my mind a little bit. 1945 was the first, well, no, okay, let's do it. Okay. All right, 1945, October 12th is our first entry here. There's a lot of pages in this diary. All right. We're going to be sprinkling this diary throughout the experience. October 12, 1945, Friday. Today is a milestone. I've received vestments for my ordination. Included with them was this journal. I would have expected it to be of higher quality. We have been warned that the life of a priest can be quite stressing and lonely with no one to discuss everyday events with, hence the journal. Writing things down will be a substitute for talking things out. So this becomes my first entry. All right, so this is the journal of a priest who's just been ordained. October 22nd, 1945, Monday. Received a letter from Claire. Her and father won't be attending my ordination ceremony. All the years of work and they chose to not be there. I can't afford it? They've known this day was coming for years. Since I'm the only one to make something of himself, you would think they would want to celebrate my accomplishment. Just as well, they'd probably embarrass me anyway. It was 10 days later. Okay, here we have a couple weeks later. November 12th, 1945, Monday. I have waited and anticipated my first assignment. Why in God's name have they sent me here? How could they know? I have never, nor will I ever, utter the name of this place to a single soul. Better she be remembered as a tart who betrayed her husband and abandoned her children. No, my assignment must have been by chance. It stands to reason that I am newly ordained and none of the seasoned pastors would want to serve here. It fell to me. It is a test, and by God, I will pass it. I suppose I'm obligated to inform Father and Claire of my new residence. I would love to see Father's face when Claire tells him that I am the new pastor at Northern Michigan Asylum. Serves him right for not coming to the ceremony. Okay, so we've got the diary of a pastor whose assignment is the asylum. All right, let's go back to our box and look a little bit. So that was from 1945. The first newspaper article we read was from 1935, 10 years prior, about them wanting to build and the tree. And now we have an article, a clipping of a newspaper from 1943. So a couple years after the tree, but a couple years before our diary. Let's see what we've got here. Traverse City, Michigan, Tuesday, August 3rd. Oh, 1948. Why did I think it was 43? All right. Well, then we should start with 1947. Okay, so we're after that diary. The diary goes up until 1947. Okay, so let me change my mind. Let's go back to the diary. Well, how long did it take him to get to 1947? October 1947. Takes quite a while. Okay, I guess we probably don't want to read the diary until we get up to here, or do we? Well, let's put these aside for a second. Let's see what else we have. So he's a pastor. This could be his Bible here. The Red Letter Edition, New Testament Holy Bible, KJV. And he's got some writing in it. What has he written in his Bible? It looks like dates. Jeremiah Joseph, 9/8, maybe 1742, can't quite tell. Albert Williams, 10/27, 1861. Henry Jones, 7/11, 1889. Margaret Johnson, 2/17, 1930. I wonder if these are owners of this Bible. Surely this Bible is not from 1800. Florence Margaret Wilson, 3/23, 1920. I mean, these do look like the different signatures of the owners. David Whitmore, 3/8, 1935, and Francis Whitmore, 11/13, 1948. So I wonder if this is going to be our pastor. And I wonder if this really is supposed to be previous owners. It just feels a little old. I mean, it feels like it's not going to be that old. Got a torn out piece of a page. Then we've got Bible. I don't know what the Red Letter Edition is. I don't see any writing in it. At the end, almost looks like there's something written there, but can't quite see anything. So it's just an old Bible. Is it marking a page? Yes, it is. What page is it marking? Matthew 16:22, Matthew 18:6. At the same time came to the disciples unto Jesus, saying, Who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? And Jesus called a little child unto him, and set him in the midst of them. And he said, Verily I say unto you, except ye be converted, and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. Whoever therefore shall humble himself as this little child, the same is greatest in the kingdom of heaven. And who shall receive one such little child in my name receiveth me. But who shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me? It were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea. Woe unto the world because of offenses. For it must needs be that offenses come, but woe to the man by whom the offense cometh. That was Matthew 18:6. Matthew 17 says, and after 6 days Jesus taketh Peter, James, and John his brother, and bringeth them up into a high mountain apart, and was transfigured before them, and his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. All right, this seems like the only important thing for us, the only part that's written in here, some names and dates. I would guess these are past owners. Maybe we're supposed to believe that this is 100 years old, 200 years old. Red letter edition Bibles use a red font to highlight the words spoken by Jesus, says Elaine Covington. Okay, that's pretty neat. Red letter, we can more easily track Jesus. There's a little tear here too. Don't know what that's about. Okay. The chat says Dora Whitmore was in the newspaper article. She died in the asylum. Jamie says people keep track of family members in their diary. Okay, Dora Whitmore was in the newspaper article. So this is the thing that I think we're going to need everyone's help with, keeping track and spotting things. So Dennis is saying that one of the names in here, Dora Whitmore from 1935, was in our newspaper. Was she the one that burned up in the fire? No, but she's the one that died in solitary confinement. Good catch. Dora Whitmore died in a solitary room where she was being housed in the asylum. This was March 9th, 1935. And here, the day before she died, her name is in here. That's a little scary. Is our guy gonna die the day after he's gotten possession of this Bible? That's spooky. She died the day after or the day of this Bible? Yesterday. So if this was published on the 9th, she died the day. She died the day her name was written in here. That's creepy. Well, if we're right that this belonged to our pastor, then 11/13/1948. Let's just skim through this. 11/13. Well, it goes past that date, so maybe he's not going to die. Could just be a coincidence. All right, let's take a look at what we've got. We've got a newspaper from 1947 and a newspaper from 1948. We've got some photographs. Let's take a look at these. Some very old feeling photographs. I wonder if this is going to be our pastor. What is it? Boy, it's kind of creepy. What is this? These might be the... I was thinking that like at a church when they have a sermons, do they list like what they're gonna read? 21:5, 14:8. I don't know why there are three numbers, but I wonder if they're not like, you know, like 5:18, 5:18, but we would have to know what book and stuff. Maybe someone can tell us. Let's see if there's anything written on this. No. Huh. That's kind of creepy. And what's this? Is this the asylum? Nothing written on it. I'll bet that's the asylum, though. Do the dates of the other papers match dates in the Bible? No, because the last date in the Bible, the last owner in the Bible is 11/13/1948. All the other newspapers are in the 40s. But maybe there's other articles. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Couple more photographs. Wow, look at this. I mean, this feels like a very ancient, real, delicate photograph. This feels very real. Something and Claire. This could be our Guy and Claire. This could be our preacher or pastor who is writing about Father and Claire in his diary. So this could be Claire, his sister. What does that name say? Francis? Might say Francis. Francis and Claire. That could be our Guy, our pastor, and his sister Claire. Okay. Here we have a little coin purse that says my rosary. I'm a little scared to open it. Okay. What do we have here? It looks like someone's rosary beads necklace. It's got a crucifix on it. There's Christ on the crucifix. It's got a little metal cross here with some figure. I don't know if the chat knows who that is. Or what it says. Okay, so I want to show you something. I don't know if you noticed this crucifix. If you look here and here, they're skulls. Can you see that? Is that normal? Is it normal that there are skulls on this necklace? Why are there skulls on this necklace? Is that normal? Surely not. There's two of them. I wonder if their placement means anything. There's the two right there. I guess you're having a hard time seeing this. So there's the two dolls right there. That's very creepy. And the chat says that this medallion might be Saint Benedict that wards off evil. And it says, this is a rosary. Thank you for reminding me what this is called, a rosary, and it's not normal. For skulls are not normal, but usually there is a different colored bead every 10. However, it's also atypical to have a different bead in between. There's squares and spheres on this one. Indicates a reminder of mortality on a rosary. Okay, so is the rosary what you like count? You count these beads? Is that how it goes? Like I've seen them in movies, counting their beads. I wonder if there's something like, we do have different numbers. We've got like square, 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 space, square, square, circle, square, skull. Like I wonder if there's some logic to it all. All right, well, it's a very hefty thing. Jonathan says, you basically say a prayer for each bead as you go through it. Okay. All right. It seems like there's some interest in the newspaper. So why don't we get the skull beads are called memento mori. Okay, so maybe it is a little bit normal. They remind you of mortality. All right, let's take a look at this newspaper from 1947. It's the City Record, which I guess it sounds like maybe these all are. Like that was our first one. They're all from this same newspaper chain. Okay, so there's on the front page, there's an article that we can't read much of. Something about gasoline, but then we can read the second column. Oh, this looks interesting. All right, let's read this article. Leading proponent, Senator Joseph Clune, based his contention on the argument that counties and cities desperately need additional funds to maintain roads, and that Michigan is well below the average in its rate of tax. The average gas tax in the United States is 5 3/4 cents. Clune declared, and this state, which is one of the leading tourist states in the nation, has a right to demand more for the use of its burdened highways. On the other side of the fence, opponents urging the governor to veto the levy argued that the taxpayer could not possibly stand the additional burden of the tax and that the distribution of the money was unfair in the act. Richard Harfst, representing the Automobile Club of Michigan, asserted that motorists paid a total of $111 million in taxes throughout last year and drew the conclusion that drivers can ill afford the increase. The working man is dependent upon his automobile, and the increase will come out of his budget. Ziegler said he would weigh the facts before acting on the bill, which now awaits his signature veto. This is October 18, 1947, this newspaper. Okay. Fake missionary and pastor held. After their examination on charges of obtaining money under false pretenses, a self-styled missionary and then it cuts off. So we don't know the rest of that article. But here's another article. Tangled necklace leads to man's death. A Traverse City man was decapitated by an elevator at the Montgomery Ward department store while trying to untangle his necklace, which became stuck on part of the lift's outer structure. According to store officials, this is the first accident involving the elevator since being installed 2 years ago. The victim, 47-year-old Frank James, boarded the elevator on the ground floor of the department store around 10 a.m. yesterday when the incident took place. Police told the paper. Mr. James's body was later retrieved from the elevator on the 3rd floor of the building, while his head was discovered on the ground floor. Oh. A large silver crucifix found next to the victim's severed head led police to believe the chain that had held the cross became snared on the collapsible grilled door of the elevator, leading the man to lean out of the structure to try and untangle it. Investigators have ruled the victim's death accidental and are working to figure out if the elevator was faulty. We've sent the body for a post-mortem, and we are investigating the possibilities of how his head got stuck, whether it was because of the necklace or something else, the police inspector told the Record Eagle. I wonder if we should be writing down the names of the people who die. Frank James is this guy, and he's not in our... Oh, that's weird. Frank James is not in our... Sorry, is not in our list here. Okay, that's creepy. And then we have some partial articles we can't really read about the local sports team. Now, on the other side of this newspaper, what do we see? Some partial comics here. Popeye, Big Sister, who I don't know, and this one which looks familiar. Like, I feel like I should know the name of this comic. It's a kid walking his dog. He meets a girl. He says hello, and that's it. In the Popeye comic, it's Sweet Pea. I believe that's the name of their little kid, looking at a scary-looking octopus, or a big bug. Hello, big bug. You're just what I need for fish bait. Popeye says, oh my gosh. Well, swell fish bait, says the kid. Okay, so she's trying to catch this giant bug and use him as fish bait in Popeye. And then in the Big Sister comic, boy, did we hump that rock from its seat. Now we can do some real digging. Grab a spade, Elmer. I hurt my back. Better get along home. Let them dig till they drop to find something I buried. Okay. And then on the left side of this old 1947 newspaper, we've got some classifieds that we can partially read. Someone selling a car. Person who took the boat. Something immediately to avoid trouble. Someone stole a boat. Near St. Francis Church, there's a reward. A Great Dane puppy, a male beagle, a billfold containing valuable papers. Finder may keep and return billfold. Black and white ticked something around nose, legs, better. Someone looking for something. Notice. Monument works, labor and truck situation, jobs, $175 a month. All right, nothing looking too useful at the back of this newspaper from 1947. All right, why don't we take our first break? I'm curious. I'm curious about this curse that's on me. I'm glad I'm not having to do this alone. We'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we are back. Let's check in with the chat. There's a discussion about the last name or date in the Bible is 11/13/1948. The last newspaper we have from 1948 is from August. So it seems different. Let us take a look at some more diary entries. Okay, so this is our guy writing that Claire and Father won't be attending the ceremony. And then he got his first assignment at the asylum. He's the pastor of the Northern Michigan Asylum. Now, what is going on here? Let's read this again now that he knows he's talking about the asylum. Because is he just saying he doesn't want to go to the asylum? Or oh, I think it's his mother. Now I get it. I think he might be talking about his mother. I wonder if his mother's going to be Dora Whitmore. So look, I've waited and anticipated my first assignment. He's saying, why would they send me here? How could they know? I think it's his mother, because look what he says. I have never, nor will I ever utter the name of this place. Better she be remembered as a tart who betrayed her husband and abandoned her children. It's his mother. It's his mother that went to this asylum. That's why he says, could it be a coincidence? How did they know? I wonder if his mother isn't going to be Dora Whitmore. We don't have his name here, but we have his name here. Oh, well, I guess we should have figured that out. Dora Whitmore, the channel picked up on this, but I'm not sure anyone picked up on this. He's the son. His mother is Dora Whitmore, who died in the asylum, passed from mother to son. Well, I don't know why we didn't. Well, it's easy to miss stuff, but I was pretty proud of myself for figuring out that it's the mother, but the Bible kind of gives it away, huh? All right, let's read on a little bit. Now this is getting creepy. He says, better that she remembered as a tart who betrayed her husband and abandoned her children than be remembered as whatever. November 13, 1945, Tuesday. The accommodations could be nicer. If I wanted sparse, I would have entered the monastery. I can see that I will need to make some much-needed changes. I suspect the pastor's room is much grander than my own. I can be patient. I will be moving into his room soon enough. November 14, 1945, Wednesday. I met my predecessor, Father Wrigley. As I understand, he is to mentor me through the end of the year. Following today's service, he took me on a tour through the asylum to deliver the sacraments to the confined. I was disgusted. He explained that it is customary to connect with these patients regularly. As he put it, this is your flock. I can most certainly understand why he is being replaced. November 18, 1945, Sunday. Father Wrigley informed me that he is hosting a luncheon to introduce me to the parish. I hope he's not planning on holding the function in the asylum. November 19, 1945, Monday. What a pitiful showing. Father Wrigley should have made sure that the congregation understood that attendance was mandatory. After all, I am the new pastor. Only a handful of parishioners attended the welcome luncheon, among them a drunk named Cowell. I'm sure he's not a member of the congregation. I think he just stumbled in for the free food. One of the groundskeepers, Lester, came. He didn't even bother to clean up. His fingernails were caked with dirt. I refused to shake his hand. I did meet the cleaning lady, Mrs. Peters, and her friend, Ivy Tanner. Apparently, they did the cooking. Ivy's daughter, Bertha, arrived just in time to eat, but left immediately after. We weren't even introduced. How rude. Okay, our pastor is a little bit of a dick. Oh, here's a drawing of the tree. November 20, 1945, Tuesday. I've taken to walking the grounds whenever possible. The area surrounding the hospital is quite scenic, with dozens of different trees and bushes. Apparently, a Dr. Munson is responsible for that. He brought in numerous trees to enhance the grounds. It's a lovely place to stroll if one can avoid the crazies. In my opinion, this is all wasted on people who are incapable of appreciating it. Here he has drawn that tree. November 21, 1945, Wednesday. Throughout Father Wrigley's morning sermon, I had an opportunity to study the attendees. Nearly every pew was full. I feel they must be family members of the confined. However, I believe I recognized a man that Father Wrigley introduced me to during my tour of the asylum. At the time, I was certain he was a patient. Now I'm questioning that assumption. Perhaps visitors are allowed inside the asylum. Why would family members put themselves in that position? I cannot fathom as to why they do not move on with their own lives. With my first sermon fast approaching, I am at odds as to what to speak about. I don't believe this congregation has much to be thankful for. And then he's made some notes to himself. Sermon notes, Matthew 7:15 to 27. These parishioners are like the tree that produced the evil fruit. This flock can only save themselves by casting out their institutionalized relations and throwing themselves on God's mercy. So he read to them Matthew 17:27. Is that what we've highlighted here? Yes. Matthew 17 is the one where the bookmark already was. Okay, 17:15 to 27. Let's see. So we actually didn't read this part. 17:15 to 17:27. So this is the sermon he would have given back in 1945. Let's read it. Then Jesus answered and said, O faithless and perverse generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I suffer you? Bring him hither to me. And Jesus rebuked the devil, and he departed out of him, and the child was cured from that very hour. Then came the disciples to Jesus apart and said, Why could not we cast him out? And Jesus said unto them, Because of your unbelief. For verily I say unto you, if ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, Remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. Howbeit this kind goeth not out but by prayer and fasting. And while they abode in Galilee, Jesus said unto them, The Son of Man shall be betrayed into the hands of men, and they shall kill him, and the third day he shall be raised again. And they were exceeding sorry. And when they were come to Capernaum, they that received tribute money came to Peter and said, Doth not your master pay tribute? He saith, Yes. And when he was come into the house, Jesus prevented him, saying, What thinkest thou, Simon? Of whom do the kings of the earth take custom or tribute? Of their own children or of strangers? Peter saith unto him, Of strangers. Jesus saith unto him, Then are the children free. Notwithstanding, lest we should offend them, go thou to the sea, and cast a hook, and take up the fish that first cometh up, and when thou hast opened his mouth, thou shalt find a piece of money. That take and give unto them for me and thee. So we do have a little mention of money here. Let's continue reading our diary here. November 22nd, 1945, Thursday, Thanksgiving. Today was my first sermon from the pulpit. I don't feel as though Father Wrigley nor the parishioners appreciated my Thanksgiving message. Father Wrigley assured me that over time I would learn to adjust my sermons to reach the unique circumstances of our people. He obviously missed the entire point of my message. I will be glad to be rid of him and free of the obligation to connect with the confined. While Father Wrigley and I were delivering sacraments in the asylum today, a female patient began ranting as we approached her. The haunted look in her eyes took me back to my youth. Ooh, I wonder if he's remembering his mother. Then he's drawn something. November 23rd, 1945, Friday. I received a short letter from Claire. It appears that Father was indeed alert enough to recognize the name of my parish, but he's being tight-lipped. It's my understanding that Claire never knew about this place. Let us hope that they never come for a visit. Claire would have too many questions that are best left unanswered. Also, that is Father's responsibility, not mine. November 27, 1945, Tuesday. Father Wrigley informed me he will be doing tomorrow's sermon. With daily mass, I would expect he would allow me to write the sermon for at least half of them. He expects me to behave as one of his altar boys. I can play his game until the end of the year. He thought he would give me the asylum while he did the mass, but I volunteered to visit the homes of the sick so he can do the asylum himself. I have no desire to walk those halls anytime soon. I don't think that was the right verse. In the diary, I think it was Matthew 7, not 17. Oh, I see. 7, Matthew 7. Okay, so I read the wrong verse. I read 17. I should have read 7. Okay, good catch. Sorry about that. What would I do without this chat? Okay, Matthew 7, 15 to 27. Okay, here we are on this page then. Beware of false prophets. Okay, let's see. Matthew 7, 15. Beware of false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles? Even so every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. Every tree that bringeth not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. Wherefore by their fruits ye shall know them. Not every one that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doth the will of my Father which is in heaven. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name, and in thy name have cast out devils, and in thy name done many wonderful works? And then I will profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. Therefore, whoever heareth these sayings of mine and doth them, I will liken him unto a wise man, which builds his house upon a rock. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and blew upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon a rock. And every one that heareth those sayings of mine, and doth them not, shall be likened unto a foolish man, which built his house upon the sand. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew and beat upon that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it. So that's a passage that has woven its way into some common sayings, right? Building a house on sand, and know them by their deeds. An evil tree cannot produce good fruit, and a good tree cannot produce evil fruit. Okay, so that was pretty. Why don't we, just as a habit, I don't think it's important for this game, but as a habit, when we change something, we should, like a police detective, remember how we found it. So I'm just going to put that the bookmark was page 2829 as I move it to the one we just read. Okay, that was a very good catch. Okay. So here he was saying that he saw a female patient. It took him back to his youth. I think the chat is DJ Moneycut is thinking about something that makes sense. Like, is Dora Whitmore the mentally ill mother, and she is born is her son not going to be good? Let's keep going here. November 23rd, 1945, Friday. I received a short letter from Claire. It appears that father was indeed alert enough to recognize the name of parish. Okay, we read that. He says it's his father's job to tell his sister about their mother. Okay, we read this already. He thought that he would give me the asylum, but I'm going to visit the home of the sick. Okay, November 29, 1945, Thursday. Mrs. Peters asked me if we will be having a farewell luncheon for Father Wrigley. Apparently, parishioners have been inquiring. I told her that I was far too busy for frivolity, but if she had a mind to, she could do it herself. Boy, this guy's a jerk. What's this? December 8, 1945, Saturday. I awoke in a terrible state. I simply cannot get the image of the raving mental patient out of my thoughts. In my dreams, she becomes my mother, ranting about evil and her responsibility to save lost souls, like she could actually save someone, anyone. She didn't have a responsible bone in her body. She was a terrible wife and an even worse mother. I don't recall her ever touching us, let alone hugging us. She was all consumed with her calling. Prior to arriving here, I hadn't even given her a thought in years. This place is bringing up memories I preferred stayed buried in the past. That is very spooky. I like that they give you these bookmarks. You can keep track of where you are. Okay, let's stop reading here and go back into our so this looks, now that we know he's a pastor, this looks like maybe the sacrament cup where you pour wine and you symbolically drink the blood of Christ. I don't really know all of the logic of it. And wrapped in it was this. I'm a little scared to open this up. What is it? Ew. It's a bottle that looks like it would have held some dark brown liquid like blood. And it's waxed up. Oof, that's creepy. And this is all like brown stained. Eek. Maybe someone you drink the blood of Christ, and the body of Christ is the cracker that you eat. I don't really get all of it. I have a weird feeling about the priest. Like, is he really a patient and doesn't know it? That's an interesting idea. And it says, I'm understanding now why this priest is so horrible, because he has mommy issues. Okay. Let's keep going here. Got a tiny little handmade envelope. What the heck? They feel like silky. They're like almost cloth-like. What the heck is that? There's no writing on them. They're just kind of silky. That's weird. Boy, that's very weird. No writing on the envelope or on these white pieces of paper or fabric. And here we have a crucifix. Whoa. All right, we've got some code here. Looks like Pigpen code. All right, well, we know how to decipher this if it's standard Pigpen. Let's just save that for later, though. It's a nice real wood metal. Okay, we've got a little Pigpen code. We don't know where any of these things are from. We don't know why any of these are in this box, what this has to do with anything. But we got our first little mystery. Okay, on our next break, we'll go through this. Let's put these aside. And maybe we'll read our last newspaper. Okay. So here is 1948, the last newspaper that we have, although actually it looks like maybe there's something else in there, but let's take a look at what we've got. So Tuesday, August 3rd, 1948. Ford's plant shut down. Continued from page 1. Is this the front page? No, we don't have a front page today. A strike of 500 employees in one department in protest against management's refusal to reinstate a suspended worker forced closing of the entire plant, a Chrysler spokesperson disclosed. The employee was suspended for a day and a half yesterday for allegedly leaving his job to smoke and loiter. New article. Farmers slow to list trucks. Registrars at the Grand Traverse Auto Company building report that registration of trucks used in the transportation of farm produce is considerably behind the expected figure. Earlier in the week, it was estimated that more than 200 vehicles are used in this county for farm transportation. Figures made available by the registering board indicate that about half that number had registered. According to a state ruling, owners and operators of such trucks will be unable to secure gasoline after April 10th unless they register their vehicles and secure an identification card. Now we have an article, headline, Lions install new officers. Bernard Swift, the new president of the Traverse City Lions Club, assumed his duties as head of the local service organization at installation ceremonies for new officers held at the club's regular meeting Friday night. Marianne Fisher and Albert Crandall were elected to the board of directors for 2-year terms, and Wilson Barker and Leonard Burke were elected for 1-year terms. Okay, here's an article. Investor and money missing. In an alleged fraud, an investment banker has vanished along with investors' cash. Thomas Blackwell, 56, is being investigated by police after almost $20,000, which he claimed was in clients' accounts, has disappeared. A reliable source claims that Blackwell admitted that his company had stopped operating in 1947 after suffering heavy losses. That source also states that he confessed that he continued taking people's money for the next year, attempting to turn his fortunes around, but those attempts failed. Whatever the truth, the reality for investors is that they have lost a small fortune. Police have taken statements from a number of victims and begun an investigation into Mr. Blackwell's whereabouts. A civil action to freeze accounts and seize assets has also been started. The businessman who traded from a residential address in Traverse City is rumored to have left the area. His adult son said he had no idea where his father was and that he last saw him the morning of Friday, July 30th. Now, let me point out that we should remember that these newspapers, last two ones, one is from 1947 and one is from 1948, are going to be dates covered by our diary. Our diary starts in 45, where we're currently at, but goes into November of 48. So it's going to walk through these dates in the diary. So as we get to near these dates, we should probably return to this newspaper. Let's just look at the back of this newspaper. We've got a whole bunch of classifieds. Let's just skim through these. Wanted, man and wife to share modern furnished items. Bookkeeping, ride to Florida, ride share. Someone wants to rent houses, rooms. Businessman wants to rent a room. Double garage, lost and found. From fairgrounds, a veal calf. Ration book. Gold extension bracelet. For sale, Starks and Golden Delicious apples. Never heard of a Starks apple. I'd like to know what species of apples, what variant of apples people think are best. Personally, Honeycrisp or Green Apple, but Granny Smith, but I'm curious what apples you think are best. When I go to the store, I never know all of them. I know some I don't like. I know the Honeycrisps are always good, but kind of expensive. But there are some others that I think are also good, but I'm always never remember which are the ones I like the best, other than the Honeycrisp. Okay, someone's selling a 50 gauge shotgun, a carbine rifle, a Winchester automatic, 18 gauge or 12 gauge, fine gabardine snowsuit, sheep line jacket, a Winchester pump gun, potatoes, an ice cutter, a baby ice cutter. For sales, apples, Macintosh, and snows. Someone wants a painter wants inside or outside work. More people selling snowsuits, cure and smoke meats. Someone willing to take care of someone's orchards. Just received a Chore Boy electric milking machine. Maybe if you want to buy one of those. Will the party who took pine lumber from Hall's Mill please return at once to avoid trouble? Okay, someone stole some lumber. Hey, human hair is sought. 10 inches or longer. No combings. I don't know what that means. Here's some people renting a house, an apartment, an upstairs apartment. Okay, and then we've got a couple of articles here. Maybe a little international article. In the Pacific, the Japanese landed reinforcements on Leyte Island in the central Philippines, apparently determined to delay complete American occupation as long as possible. This is World War II period here. Admiral Chester Nimitz announced that enemy planes had damaged several ships in an attack on a carrier group of the Third Fleet on Wednesday. Tens of the attackers were shot down. Then we have a letter to the editor, it looks like. To the owners of any and all interests in or liens upon the lands herein described, take notice that sale has been lawfully made of the following described land for unpaid taxes thereon, and that the undersigned has title thereto under tax deed or deeds issued therefor, and that you are entitled to a reconveyance thereof at any time within 6 months after return of service of this notice upon payment to the undersigned or to the register in chancery of the county in which the lands lie of all sums paid upon such purchase thereto, and the fees of the sheriff for the service or cost of publication of this notice, which fee shall be the same as provided by law for service of subpoenas or for orders of publication or the cost of such service by registered mail, and the further sum of $5 for each description without other additional costs or charges, provided that with respect to purchasers at the tax sale held in the years 1930 and 1940, the sum stated in such notices as a condition of reconveyance shall only be all sums paid as a condition of the tax title purchase. I think this is all about how if you don't pay your taxes, they take your land, but this is how you can get it back if you come in and pay the owed money and fees. And here is the land that they're talking about. State of Michigan, County of Grand Traverse, south 50 acres of south half of northeast quarter, section 30, town 27N, range 12W, amount paid $4.35. Tax for year 1940. Amount necessary to redeem $12.20 plus the fees of the sheriff. So your land's been confiscated because there's a lien against it because you haven't paid your taxes. You have a period of time you can come in, pay your back taxes and fees to get your land back. Otherwise, you're going to lose it. And this is by H.E. Green from Cumming, Michigan or something. And here's another little personal or something. To Louise Harrower, last grantee in the regular chain of title. Oh, they're writing to Louise Harrower, who is the last owner, or of interest therein, as appearing by the records in the office of the Register of Deeds of said county at the date of the delivery of this notice to the sheriff. Order of publication, State of Michigan, the probate court for the County of Grand Traverse at a session of said court held at the probate office. And then it cuts off. So these don't seem very relevant, but maybe they are. Not much in here that seems important. This is the article that actually seems to me like it's most likely going to come in to be related to our case. Someone who's robbed people fraudulently of money and who's disappeared. Green apples are the best. DJ Moneycut says, I like a Fuji. I don't think a Fuji is as good as a Honeycrisp, but it could be wrong. All right. Let's see what's in here. So we got a black velvet bag that is tied. And untie it. Feels like a ring. Wow, it's a diamond ring. Look at that. Anything written inside it? Looks like there's a little something, but I'm not really. I think it might just be a pattern, not something written in it. Let's see if I can have you help me confirm that. So I don't think that's actual writing. I think it's just marking. Like there's some gash on either side. I don't think there's any writing and no writing on the outside. Francis's ring for Claire. Claire's his sister. Why would he give his sister a ring? No, we don't know what this is, but maybe we're going to hear about it in the diary. Let's go back to our diary, in fact. Okay, the last we read was December 8, 1945. He's having dreams of a patient that turns into his mother. December 12, 1945, Wednesday. Father Wrigley informed me that it is customary for the pastor to take leave over the holiday to spend quality time with family and friends. Daily Mass is cut to only Sunday sermons until the pastor returns. The nerve of him. God does not take time off from his duties. I'll show him. Daily Mass will be the morning in my parish, the norm. Daily Mass will be the norm in my parish, holiday or not. His talk of family reminded me that I owe Claire a letter. It can wait until after the holidays. Okay, so they're working their way up to Christmas. December 15, 1945, Saturday. I have avoided Father Wrigley after Mass. If he can't locate me, he can't force me to accompany him to the asylum to give sacraments to the crazies. He's still performing most of all the sermons. But once he leaves for the holiday, I will have an opportunity to show the parish how things will be once he's gone for good. December 21st, Friday. Father Wrigley left after Mass to travel and spend time with family. I'm sure he'll be impressed with the feedback from the parishioners as to my ability to conduct daily Mass, as well as handle all of the other duties that are currently his. I don't understand. No one that is a true believer takes time off. December 24, 1945, Monday, day before Christmas, Christmas Eve. Over the past few days, parishioners have been leaving gifts on the porch of the rectory. Many are addressed to Father Wrigley, but as I am the new pastor, I am sure they were intended for me. This evening, I found 2 items had been placed upon my desk. I do not know how this could be, as I am certain that my door was locked while I was about the grounds. How would anyone connect her with me? Someone seems to know my family history, but how? 'Twas a sick mind that sought me out. 2 items placed on his desk. Are we talking about these items? Like someone's placed 2 items that belong to his mother. Maybe they're talking about this. Another nightmare has stolen my sleep. But now my mind is clear, and I think I know why the objects were left on the desk. They were meant for Father Wrigley to discredit me. I can understand the paperwork, but the box. Is it this whole box that was left on his desk? I had assumed it had been buried with her, as she never let it out of her sight. As children, she warned us never to touch it. She insisted that curiosity was the unforgivable sin. I have hidden the box and file. Whoa, it's this whole box that was left on his desk that belonged to his mother. Our box of items is the crazy mother's box. But that wouldn't explain why there was 1948 in it. I guess maybe he's added stuff to it. Well, that's creepy. He says, I have hidden the box and file. Okay, so, and we don't know what this file he's talking about is. Oof. Christmas. December 25, 1945, Tuesday. I was distracted during Mass, searching the pews of parishioners, wondering who left the items on my desk. I don't believe that it affected my sermon. I don't get the impression that the congregation is missing Father Wrigley in the least. December 26, 1945, Wednesday. I was grateful for the short sermon today as I suffered through another sleepless night. There were not many people in attendance, not any closer to figuring out who left the items. December 28. Father Wrigley returned and was determined to relate to me every detail of his holiday while he packed his personal belongings. I'm unclear as to why he would think that I care how he spent the holiday. December 30, 1945, Sunday. I made a showing at Father Wrigley's farewell party. It looked as if the entire congregation was there. They probably all showed up just to make sure he actually leaves. Certainly cannot come quick enough for me. January 1st, Tuesday, 1946. Yesterday was Father Wrigley's final day. I am now at liberty to make my own schedule regarding administering to the people of my parish. By eliminating contact with the sinners of the asylum as much as possible, hoping to put an end to the night terrors that have plagued me recently. January 5th, 1946, Saturday. Wrote a short letter to Claire. I have some questions I am hoping she can answer. January 16th, 1946. Still have yet to receive a letter from Claire. I'm not surprised. I'm sure there are more important things to do than send a few words to her brother. Same old Claire. January 17. My parishioners are taking up all of my time. I have spoken to Mrs. Peters and enlisted her help. She certainly has idle time on her hands since the church is only cleaned one day a week. January 19, Saturday. One of my parishioners, Ivy Tanner, delivered a casserole to the rectory this evening. She's a lovely older woman that is very involved in the congregation, helping out whenever she is needed. January 22nd. According to the locals, this is a mild winter for this area. Apparently, the normal temperatures are much colder this time of year. I've never cared for snow or cold weather for that matter. January 26th. I need more wood for the heat stove. I do not want to chance running out with this weather. Mrs. Peters said she would inform Lester Jackson at once. I remember him from the luncheon. I think I'll have him leave the wood on the porch. I don't relish the labor, but I don't want to allow him inside my room. January 30, Wednesday. Well, a letter from my sister, finally. When I wrote to Claire, I mentioned the box and asked her if she knew what had happened to it. Father told her that it was buried with my mother, and he showed her the telegram regarding her death. For some reason, Claire sent it along to me. I can't imagine why. Obviously, Claire is mistaken about it being buried with Mother. I wonder if the asylum keeps burial records. That would establish whether the box was really buried with her or not. Okay, so I think now we have a system. I think probably we should read the diary until items are mentioned, because it seems like they are going to be mentioned, because I see there's a little telegram here. So let's see if this is in fact a telegram about the mother's death. It's a very fragile feeling telegram. Okay, so March 9, 1935, 2:45 p.m. Traverse City, Michigan, to Carl Whitmore. This is going to be the father in Williamsport, Illinois. Urgent. Sorry to inform you of the passing of Mrs. Dora Whitmore on March 8th, 1935 at 15:31, 3:30 p.m. Someone named Mark. So this is the telegram they sent to him when his mother sent to the father, when the father's wife, who was committed in the asylum and kept in solitary confinement, we should say, Dora Whitmore, died. Newspaper article didn't say how she died, but she died at the same day she wrote in this Bible. Okay. Creepy. So I think maybe that should be our structure. We read through the diary until he mentions something in the book, and then we'll take a look at it. Although obviously we've already gotten a bunch of stuff. He doesn't know who put this on his desk at the asylum. Someone knows about his past, and he doesn't know how anyone got hold of this box that should have been buried with the mother, and the mother told the kids never open it. It seems like we're missing some comments here that I see in the chat live window, but not on screen here. Perry is asking whether the box was left to him or Father Wrigley. What he said was, he said in his diary that they left a bunch of presents for the father outside the rectory, but he thinks they're for him. But this box was left on his desk, and he doesn't even know how anyone could get into his desk to leave it. So this one was left for him. And he also mentions a file that we have not gotten access to. All right, let's read a couple more pages in the diary here. So he's gotten a letter from his sister, and he wants to know about... He says maybe if they have burial records, that will show whether the box was really buried with her or not. Okay, a couple days later, February 1st. How did I end up with the box? I checked the burial records for the asylum in 1935. They indicate the box was most certainly buried with Mother. I'm not sure what to think. Oh, that's creepy. February 3rd, I had to enter the asylum today. I managed to make it through as quickly as possible. Father Wrigley seemed to relish his visits. Why? I think he should have been a patient. That's just not normal. February 8, 1946, Friday. Today was a glorious day and a perfect afternoon to walk around the grounds. I saw a woman standing down the hill near a large willow tree. Just seeing her reminded me that I am a man. Although intrigued, I feel I must avoid her. Oh, that's creepy. Reminded him he was a man. February 16. Yet again, I was awakened in the night, my dreams more consumed with visions of demons. Here is a figure he's drawn of someone with like a dark cloud face holding a stick with a mask. That's creepy. February 17th, I finished the cookies that Mrs. Tanner presented me on Valentine's Day. She's quite an accomplished baker. March 5, 1946. I listened to Winston Churchill talk about the Iron Curtain on Father Wrigley's radio. He left it behind, and I thought of sending it to him. But if it was important to him, he would have remembered to pack it. March 15th. The weather is starting to get warmer. The number of crazies wandering the campus has increased. I discovered 2 on my stoop when I returned from my afternoon meal. The attendants should keep them locked up or at least closer to the hospital. It's likely that some of them are a danger to others. They make my skin crawl. March 25, Monday. I've taken to keeping my journal on my person at all times. Since the discovery of the 2 retarded men on my porch, I feel I need to be security-minded. I don't need them passing my private thoughts around the hospital. Of course, that's making the assumption they can read. Most of them appear simple-minded, but better safe than sorry. April 4. I believe I spotted that mysterious young woman amongst the attendees of Mass this morning. She is quite a presence. I allowed myself one quick glance once I noticed it was she. I wondered to whom she belongs. Oh boy, this guy is attracted to this woman hanging out by the tree. This is not going to be good. April 10. Now that Father Wrigley is no longer in charge, I have changed the confessional hours. It is simply too hot and uninspiring to sit in that cubicle for 2 hours twice a week. I have reduced the hours to 1 on Saturday evenings. They don't get in, well, they should remember to come earlier the following week. 1 night each week is also given up to counseling by appointment only. At least that hour has potential to be more entertaining. April 24. Mrs. Eva Cortade was in the confessional tonight. I would recognize her screech voice anywhere. She never comes to confess her sins. She comes to point out everyone else's. I have to repeatedly remind her that others are waiting their turn. Actually, everyone else could go home. Eva has already mentioned all their sins to me, old biddy. May 5th, 1946, Sunday. We held a baptism after Mass today. The family's last name was Siasinski. They were in the area visiting relatives when Mrs. Savinsky went into labor. Now, 2 weeks later, they're headed home, but wanted the new one baptized before making the trip. That was very good thinking on their part. They called the rectory to see if a baptism was possible. Mrs. Peters assured me that we handle a lot of visitor calls. May 8th. I discovered a bookstore in town. I purchased the book, Christ Stopped at Ebola by Carlo Lean. I wouldn't ordinarily buy a book written by a Jew, but the title caught my eye. If it's something to do when the weather discourages walking. Is this a real book? I assume it is. I don't know it though. Christ Stopped at Ebola by Carlo Levi, maybe is the name. May 12. Today when I stepped into the pulpit, I found myself searching the congregation for her face. When my gaze fell upon her, my heart stopped. When she smiled, it took my breath away. I don't even know her name, but I am enchanted with her. Oh my God, this woman. Oh boy. May 18. I'm looking forward to Mass tomorrow. I'm certain that the young woman will again be there. I'm trying to formulate a reason to approach her. Yes, she was at Mass, May 19, 1946, Sunday. Unfortunately, I failed to get an opportunity to meet her. At the last minute, Thomas Blackwell corralled me to discuss investments. When I looked for her again, she was gone. Okay. Thomas Blackwell. Investor and money missing. In an alleged fraud, an investment banker has vanished along with investors' cash. Thomas Blackwell, 56, is being investigated by police. This is August 3rd, 1948, and here we are, 1946, his name has come up. He was selling investments. He was a parishioner at the church, and looks like he was trying to sell the pastor to get invested. So there's our connection, as expected, to this fraud investor story. He's gone missing. Is our pastor going to have killed him? May 22nd, Wednesday. There seems to be an inordinate amount of Mexican families in town all of a sudden. According to Mrs. Peters and Eva Cortad, these families are migrant workers. They're paid by the farmers to pick crops. True to form, Eva had a lot to say about them. Perplexed Puzzlers says, yes, it appears to be a real book. Seems like it is a memoir by Carlo Levi about being exiled in Italy, though the title appears to be from a common saying that Christ stopped short of Eboli, i.e. he didn't quite make it there. So it's a riff, maybe a riff on the common saying that Christ stopped short of Eboli, which I don't understand. Okay. So this is an interesting point, but I'm just reading the comments about the live chat versus top chat. Yeah, YouTube has this terrible thing called top chat, I guess, for channels that are super busy. It's useful. I do have my thing set to switch to live chat, which I hope it is, because now I see the old comments, I think. So I think we're okay. Let's read this comment here. It means, in effect, this is about Christ stopping short of Ebola. It means, in effect, that they feel they have been bypassed by Christianity, by morality, by history itself, that they have somehow been excluded from the full human experience. Levy explained. What is Ebola? What is Eboli? E-B-O-L-I? Is it a country, a town? I don't know enough of the history. Maybe we can get filled in on that during our next break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing through The Root of All Evil, Part 1. It looks like most of our time will be spent reading this diary. Let's check in with the chat a little bit. Eboli's a town in southern Italy. Okay, so Kit Kat is leaving us. There is... You don't have to watch this channel live. You can watch it after the fact. I'd love to hear your comments on the videos afterwards. It's always fun. In fact, it's one of the real joys of this channel, seeing comments on videos over time and responding to them. It's quite fun to think that people are watching these videos long after they're recorded. All right, let's go back to our diary. Okay, so our pastor is falling in love with this weird girl by the tree. All we know is that she's young and quite fetching. He sees her at mass, but he doesn't get the opportunity to talk to her. A couple days later, May 22nd, Wednesday, there seems to be an inordinate amount of Mexican families. Okay, they're itinerant workers. June 2nd, 1946, Sunday, the next Mass. Today was quite a surprise and very interesting. The young woman that I've written about in the past was waiting for me after Mass. She introduced herself as Anna and held my hand longer than was necessary. I think she is taken with me. She explained our encounter as an opportunity to have me bless the necklace. A small gold cross on a delicate chain. As she placed it in my hand, the thought that it could be from a suitor caused my heart to ache. I was replacing it around her neck when she told me it was a gift from her grandmother. I was grateful that her back was to me. I'm certain she would have seen the relief in my face. She was very thankful. I couldn't think of anything to talk about to prolong her stay, but she promised to see me at Mass on Sunday. A very charming young woman. I think I will ask her to take a walk with me the next time I get a chance. I believe she will be pleased with the invitation. Now, this is not our rosary, let me point out. And this has nothing to do with that. He's drawn a little picture of it. June 8, 1946, Saturday. I have not seen Anna since Mass on Sunday. I have increased my walks this week, hoping I might cross paths with her. June 9th, I was able to speak with Anna after Mass today. She agreed to accompany me on my walk to the large willow. She seems to be quite knowledgeable about many things. I can see she enjoys my company. Anna and I had planned to meet for a walk, but the weather didn't cooperate. We have only met for 3 walks, but I feel as though I have known her forever. Now, in the chat, Anna says, "Run, Anna, run." But you think that this woman is some innocent young woman? I have a bad feeling about both of them. I mean, obviously, the pastor is a bad, horrible person, but I'm also a little bit nervous about this woman. I mean, can we be honest for a second? If you go into the priest and the first thing you do when you meet him is ask him to put a necklace around your neck and you turn around so he can see your back and put the necklace on, that is not a totally innocent woman. That's a woman who knows what she's doing. Now let us return. I feel like I've known her forever. June 16th, 1946, Sunday. Okay, another sermon. Anna and I have yet to encounter anyone at all at the tree. I asked Anna why that is, and she explained that most patients are afraid of it, referring to it as the gateway to hell. That's so preposterous. When Eva entered the confessional this evening, I realized that Anna and I need to be more discreet. I will mention to her that we need to take our walks after dark. I wouldn't want to give the parishioners the wrong impression. Thursday, June 27. Anna and I have taken to walking after dark. No need to start tongues wagging. Tonight we held hands. I'm sure I am falling in love with her, and I'm confident she feels the same. And here he has drawn a picture of them holding hands. Ugh, I'm getting nervous feelings about this. July 4, 1946, Thursday. Anna has always met me in front of the rectory for our nightly strolls. I still have no idea where she lives. She's going to be a patient, don't you think? After the fireworks display tonight, I wanted to prolong our visit. I offered to walk her home, but she declined. It struck me as odd. July 14, Sunday. Arriving to clean the church, Miss Peters apparently injured her ankle on the church steps. I hope that doesn't mean she will be taking time off. July 15, Monday. I don't know how Mrs. Peters thinks I'm going to keep the church clean while she's at home relaxing with her broken ankle. Couldn't she have tried to be a little more careful? After all, she has a job to do. Hope she's enjoying herself at my expense. Whoa, look at Anna. Okay, July 17, Wednesday. When I arrived at the church this morning, Mrs. James was waiting on the steps. It seems she's filling in for Mrs. Peters. She appears unkempt. I sure hope she at least knows how to clean. I let her know that I expect things to be in order before the congregation arrives. August 6, Tuesday. Anna and I have grown very close over these past few months. I'm definitely smitten. Perhaps I was too impulsive in choosing my career path. I never anticipated meeting anyone like Anna. I may have to rethink my plans for the future. He's already thinking about leaving the church. And look why. There is Anna in a little sleeveless shirt and her cross around her neck that she had the pastor put around her neck. Don't forget, we have a photo of the pastor. Here he is, Francis. We don't know what all this is. Oh, boy. Okay. August 12, 19... She's a patient. I know it. August 12, 1946, Monday. I'm at odds with my conscience. I know that my heart belongs to Anna, but I've taken the vow of celibacy. I will have to renounce my vows to marry. I have prayed for a solution. I think I will write and ask Claire's advice. August 13. We have a wedding scheduled for this coming Saturday between Juanita Rivera and Jose Jimenez. They are here with their extended families harvesting potatoes on a local farm. August 17, Saturday. I've never seen so many ragtag people in the church at one time. Usually the worst dressed people here on any given Sunday is the Frank James family. Mother and children are the only ones I ever see. I think she is a widow, but I have not inquired about her. I don't want anyone to mistakenly think that I am actually interested. Do we know that name, Frank James, from somewhere? September 3rd, 1946, Tuesday. Had a letter from Claire today. She was not at all judgmental regarding my dilemma. She advised being patient. All things happen for a reason, and trust in yourself, is what she advised. I doubt she grasps the gravity of my situation. I've been considering purchasing a ring for Anna. I wonder what happened to my mother's wedding ring. I'm sure Father spared no expense in procuring it for her. Could it be in the box? September 12, 1946, Thursday. Today I opened Mother's box to check for her ring. It was there. Whoa. He's found his mother's ring in the box. He's going to give it to Anna. Okay, he's found his mother's ring just like us, just like we found it. Today I opened Mother's box to check for her ring. It was there. Now I'm almost positive I'm going to ask Anna to be my wife. I haven't thought through it completely, though, as yet, but my heart is bursting with anticipation. Feels like there's something here. I don't know what it is. Jonathan says I was right about recognizing the name. Frank James was the one who got his necklace caught and died. So he mentions here the Frank James family. And Jonathan says, yes, we did recognize his name. It's from this article in 1947. 47-year-old Frank James got his head cut off in an elevator. I guess we're going to hear about that eventually. Ugh, this is creepy. All right, so this is the one, and he opened the box like he wasn't supposed to. All right, now he says, mother and he says he's never seen so many ragtag people. Usually the worst dressed are the Frank James family. Mother and children are the only ones I ever see. I think she is a widow, but I have not inquired about her. I don't want anyone to mistakenly think that I am actually interested. I don't get it. What is he saying here? He doesn't want to inquire about he doesn't want to inquire about the family because he doesn't want people to think he's interested in the widow. September 3rd, 1946, Tuesday. I had a letter from Claire today. She was not at all judgmental. Oh, we read this. He asked about the ring. He wanted his mother's ring. Could it be in the box? He found it. I haven't thought about it. I haven't thought about asking her completely. I haven't thought it completely through yet. My heart is bursting with anticipation. Whoa, there's Anna with a... Look at her dress she's wearing. What the F? The last person, September 14th, Saturday. The last person in the confessional this evening was whispering. I must have dozed off. I didn't hear them enter. I couldn't understand a word that was spoken. I'm assuming it was a male as the voice appeared deep. I requested him to speak up, but to no avail. He went on and on in a sing-song manner. Again, I must have dozed off because I didn't hear him leave. No one else entered, so I returned to the rectory. I wonder who it was. Oh, that's creepy. But look at this drawing of Anna. Maybe she wasn't actually wearing this. Maybe he's just sketching what he wants her to wear. But look at this transparent negligee that he's got her wearing. And look at her bust that he can see through it. I think there is something very dangerous about Anna. And I think she's going to be a patient. September 15, 1946, Sunday. Mrs. Peters entered my office as I prepared for this morning's sermon. While cleaning, she found a wax-sealed note in the confessional. After she retreated, I opened it. It appears to be a selection of sheet music, possibly a children's song. It's labeled Goosey Goosey Gander. The second verse is penned in. It reads, Lucy, Lucy, gander, whither does she wander? Into church and out of church, and to the chosen's chamber. There she met a pious man, and struck up an affair, turned his world upside down, and left him in despair. Very odd indeed. The owner will certainly return to collect it. I will put it in with the lost items. Oh boy. So someone's written a poem about this pastor's situation. Into church and out of church, and to the chosen's chamber. There she met a pious man and struck up an affair, turned his world upside down and left him in despair. That's what's going to be happening to this pastor. So do we think that, I wonder if we think this, a wax sealed note in the confessional. So do we think that this is that? Let's see. Yes. No. This is a different one. All right, well, let's not open this till it gets mentioned. I just thought it might have been mentioned here. but I don't think so. Okay. Oh boy, this is getting creepy. Next entry, September 27, 1946, Friday. This is the night I have requested that Anna meet me at the tree at midnight. I still feel torn between my head and my heart. I simply don't think I can live without Anna. Tonight cannot get here soon enough. I don't know what happened. I got a late start. I was nervous that she might have already left, but as I crested the hill, I saw her. She was nervously fingering her necklace as she paced around the tree. The moonlight shone on her hair like a halo, and at that moment I was certain I was making the right decision. I picked up my pace, but when I reached the tree, she was gone. I just don't understand why she would leave. She must have known my intentions, and perhaps she panicked. I did find her necklace, the tiny gold cross, under the tree. She will be heartbroken thinking that she lost it. I'll keep it safe until I see her again. September 28, 1946. Saturday. Anna's behavior has left me puzzled. I was running late. Perhaps she thought I stood her up. I will explain everything to her tomorrow after Mass. I can also return her necklace. Next day, September 29th, Sunday. Anna was not at church this morning. She has never missed Mass, not once since I have been here. She must be avoiding me. I have no way to contact her. I will just have to wait until she returns. A couple days later, October 2nd, Wednesday. It has been a week since I've seen Anna. I was able to complete my chores, but my mind is elsewhere. I hope she isn't ill. I'm not sure if it is the colder weather or Anna's absence, but I don't look forward to my nightly walks as I have in the past. He's totally messed up. She ghosted him, and he's totally messed up. Mrs. Peters may have noticed something about the situation. I guess we don't know if she wrote it, she found it. What if she's not real? Did anyone else see her or know her? That's a good point. This woman might not even be real, but he's found her necklace. October 17. So it's 2 weeks has passed. Received a letter from Claire. I had written to inform her of my decision to marry Anna and what went wrong. She reminded me that all things happen for a reason. That seems to be her advice for everything. Apparently, Claire was looking forward to meeting her. When has Claire been interested in anything but herself? She has always been very standoffish and quite selfish. We have never been close. She always took Mother's side, defending Mother's strange behavior. Claire professed to understand her. Claire became withdrawn when Mother disappeared. There was one time I almost told her where Mother disappeared to, but I didn't. I only converse with her now because I need someone to confide in. October 28, 1946, Monday. I can't let myself dwell on Anna. Why has she not returned? I need to let my work consume me so I am not obsessing over her absence. So September 27th to October 28th. It's been a month since he's seen her. November 16, 1946, Saturday. It's been another 2 weeks. He's writing much less frequently now. I've been struggling to work on Sunday's sermon. I can't keep my thoughts straight. Had word after prayers this morning that Anna's body was found. Whoa. I had hoped she would return and all would be well. I'm devastated. I took flowers with me this evening to place at the base of the tree for Anna. The bitter chill ensured my privacy. While there, I thought I saw buds on the tree. I don't see how that could be. This is the wrong season for such activity. I was certain it was dead and has been barren since my arrival. November 22nd, Friday. The police have been around inquiring about Anna. I decided not to share information regarding our walks or arranging to meet her at the tree. My heart will heal, and I will be thankful for the second chance that I've been given. I do have her necklace to remember her by. I understand now that Anna was to test my loyalty. Again, I have passed this test and proven that I am worthy. That's a twist. While working on my sermon for tomorrow, I heard about the fire at the Weinkauf Hotel. Horrible news. Over 100 people dead. Some from burns, some smoke, and some even jumped to their deaths from the 15-story building. I will work that into my sermon somehow. The parishioners will probably expect that. I discovered a single mitten on the path today. When I put it in the box of lost items, I noticed the odd note still in there. I was so sure someone would return for it. That's the loosey-goosey note. December 12, Thursday. Received a brief correspondence from Claire. Father is doing poorly. She attempted to talk me into a trip to visit him, but I assured her my obligations here make that impossible. I doubt I will ever return there, except possibly for Father's funeral, and even that will be as short a visit as possible. There is nothing there for me. There never was. December 15th, Sunday. I crossed paths with Eva Courtauld this afternoon. There was no way to avoid her without leaving the shoveled walkway. She was thrilled to relate to me her plan to organize a group to sing Christmas carols around the grounds. I assured her I was not interested in participating. I hope they don't loiter in front of my cottage. Her voice is unpleasant enough inside the confessional. I have no desire to hear her voice at full volume. December 19th. Although the weather has been cold, I must admit I have taken short walks to view the holiday lights. They make my quick jaunts quite pleasurable. He's getting back to life. December 20, Friday. While out for my daily walk, I spied the James children building a snowman over near the asylum. That doesn't seem very safe to me. He doesn't like the kids. He thinks the kids playing near the crazy people is dangerous. No mention of how Anna died, huh? Ivy Tanner has kept me supplied with cookies throughout the holiday season. She says it's no bother as her daughter Bertha helps her. From the looks of Bertha, I'm sure she eats a good amount of the cookies. December 24th, day before Christmas. Tonight was the candlelight service. I must admit, it was quite impressive. The children's choir performed instead of a sermon. Thankfully, they did not stretch it out for too long. It was bitter cold on my walk back to the rectory. I used the weather as an excuse to not stand around and make idle conversation after the service. Christmas, December 25, 1946, Wednesday. I hadn't been expecting a very large attendance at Mass this morning. I assumed most would sleep in after last night's late service. I certainly hadn't allocated a lot of time to write a great sermon to be heard by only a handful of faithful parishioners. However, the church was quite crowded, as it should be. I am having dinner with a neighboring priest later today. I will welcome the company. Okay, 2 weeks later, a little bit more, on Saturday, actually 3 weeks, closer to 3 weeks later, January 18th, 1947. Okay, we're in 1947 now. Went to the picture show tonight to watch It's a Wonderful Life. One of the parishioners recommended it. It was quite enjoyable. A good alternative to my nightly strolls. The snow has gotten too deep to wander off the beaten paths. I'm certainly looking forward to spring. However, the nicer weather is certain to bring all the crazies out again. He's gotten over Anna. He's regarded it as she was a test of his faith. I wonder, did he really kill her and forgot because he's crazy? That's an interesting idea. That seems to be what Anna's thinking. What if she's not real, but maybe she was real and the priest is crazy and killed her? I mean, he was going to propose to her, so I don't think he would kill her unless she said no. January 26, 1947, Sunday. I had an encounter with Hank Cowell tonight. He was nursing a bottle of spirits on the steps of the church. In a noble gesture, I gave him the pocket token that my father had gifted to me years ago. I pray that Hank uses it to ward off his yearnings for the bottle. It apparently works for my father. Although I don't drink, I have carried it all these years to remind myself I'm better than both of my parents. They were weak. I will never in my life stoop to their level. February 8th, Saturday, 1947. Eva was at confessions tonight. I'm quite surprised someone has not strangled her. She is a most annoying person. I wonder if there's such a way to ban her from the congregation. Next week, February 15th, Saturday, the Whisperer returned to the confessional tonight. He hasn't improved any since last time. I can't even be positive that it is English he is speaking. He doesn't seem to hear or at least understand anything I say to him. He just rambles on and then is gone. Again, he was the last to enter, and no one remained in the church when I exited. I believe he may be a patient, but regardless, it is quite maddening. I pray this is the last time I encounter him. It sounds like he is imagining this person, or it's a patient. Oh, that's creepy. February 16th, Sunday. Another note was discovered in the confessional this morning. They aren't exactly notes, more like poems. The writer is not an accomplished poet. Seems highly unbalanced. The latest one is titled Humpty Dumpty. Like the others, there is a strange verse penned at the bottom and today's date. Humpty Dumpty managed to fall, kicking and screaming and fighting them all. All of the people came out from within, but he was so angry he just spat at them. Oh, that's creepy. More than likely, it's just another crazy. I question why they are even allowed in my church. Oh, that's creepy. February 29, 1947, or February 24th. Woke to the glorious sun shining in my window. It will be a beautiful day with temperatures in the 50 degrees. According to the locals, this is hailed as the beginning of the spring thaw. Hallelujah. And he's drawn some birds on a tree. Okay, now it's February 29th. Hank Cowell's remains were discovered today in a pond on the grounds. It's likely that in a drunken state he stumbled into the pond and drowned. This is the guy that he gave his token to, and now he's dead and drowned. I regret giving him the pocket token. Some people just can't be helped. While preparing for this week's Mass, I happened to notice the poem Humpty Dumpty in my desk. When I reread it, I noticed that the penned verse has some letters that appear darker than others. I retrieved the first one from the Lost and Found and compared them. They both have different letters. I don't know why, but it certainly appears to be on purpose. The first poem looks like this. So some sort of code. And then here is the Humpty Dumpty. I still suspect this is the work of some crazy, but I will keep them on my desk in case someone comes looking for them. So what do we think? First of all, there are new periods in there too, but do we think it's just the bolded letters? LYOSYN WH Oh, that doesn't seem right. But they also, these seem to be in a column. YHCT, no. HCH, NTENS. Doesn't seem to spell anything. It's weird that we have a period here now. Here again, a period at the start. DUGE. Can't really tell if some of these, I guess these are darker. We may want to write these out. Well, at least let's keep a to-do list. Anyone see off right at a glance what's going on with this code? Let me just see something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it is the same number of lines. Could it be that they combine? Well, unless anyone has some immediate theories, we'll just think about it later. March 13, 1947. So, sorry, let me just take a break for a second here. Is everyone okay and on the same page with this idea of going through the diary and only when things are mentioned, getting them out of the box? It feels to me like that might make the most sense for us rather than going on our own through the box. And then maybe at some point, if it looks like things aren't going to be mentioned. So how far into the diary are we? We are almost halfway in, it looks like. A little less than halfway. Amato says, also, there's the Pigpen cipher on the crucifix. Yes, but now I'm even more thinking that we shouldn't be looking at this stuff until we get told about it. I'm going to put everything back here. Except for the ring, which we were told about, and the Western Union, and I guess the photographs. Of course, there was the Bible, too. All right, so are we everyone okay with not trying to decode that crucifix? Let's wait till it gets mentioned, right? All right, so I guess we're going to continue reading the diary. Can't believe he's just gotten over Anna. All right, let's continue. March 13, 1947, Thursday. Tonight I decided to take my evening walk, even though the snow was coming down. I had a strange encounter with a stray dog around the tree. He circled it, growling, bared his teeth, and then ran off. Not aware of what could be on the other side, I approached the tree cautiously, but I didn't find anything, dangerous or otherwise. I did, however, find my dad's pocket token lying against the trunk of the tree. In his drunken state, Cowell must have dropped it on his way to the pond. Had there been any snow around the tree, I doubt I would have spotted it. I also noticed that there are leaves on the branches. I admit I am not an arborist, but I do believe it is much too early for them. Regardless, I am happy. I'm glad to have recovered the pocket token. And here's the dog he drew that was barking at the tree. March 14, 1947, Friday. Henry Hank Cowell's funeral was this morning. I was surprised anyone attended, but he seemed to have a good amount of friends. Probably all of his drinking buddies. March 24, 1947, Monday. I need to make a short trip to town this afternoon. I seem to have misplaced my much-needed neck scarf. The wind has had a bite to it lately that I just cannot afford to become ill. I just can't afford to become ill. The last time I had the sniffles, Mrs. Peters assured me that the doctors at the asylum would be more than glad to give me a checkup. That is certainly not going to happen, ever. April 3rd, 1947, Thursday. I'm preparing my sermons for the upcoming Good Friday, Holy Saturday, and Easter Sunday. This is my favorite religious holiday. It shines the light on Christ alone. It's not like Christmas, where he has to share the scriptures with Joseph and Mary. On Easter, the Bible proclaims he is the light. He alone is the celebrated one. I've always felt a strong connection to this scripture. A little bit of a narcissist, this guy. April 6th, Sunday. Easter Sunday, what a lovely day. Plenty of sunshine. I chanced to spy a few robins during my late afternoon stroll. And here he's drawing a little robin. April 14, 1947, Monday. I was forced to visit the asylum this afternoon. I had to administer last rites to one of the confined. He had been attacked by another crazy, struck him on the head with a chair. The attacker was still in the room when I arrived, sitting in the corner in a straitjacket, singing to himself. It never ceases to amaze me how unhuman-like these people are. They take absolutely no pride in their appearance. I would think that they could at least put a brush through their hair. I hate this place. I hate them staring at me. They're everywhere. They should be confined to their rooms. If I ran this place, I would feed them through a slot in the door. They are way too unpredictable. Oh, that coffee's good. April 15, 1947, Tuesday. Spring is definitely starting to appear. I couldn't be merrier. Trees are beginning to bud. The mystery tree has had some leaves since around the middle of February. April 21, 1947, Monday. Someone threw a rock through my kitchen window. Probably one of the hooligans I see loitering out around the cantina. Mrs. Peters informed me that it is a cafe for the crazies that are allowed out onto the grounds. I hear music from within, and most days there's laughter. The males hang around outside, smoking and harassing the females. The entire place is just asking for trouble. What's to keep them on the grounds? They could be causing all sorts of atrocities in town. May 11, March, April, May. May 11, Sunday. Today is Mother's Day. I have never celebrated this holiday and have no intention of starting now. My sermon for today was centered around Timothy 2:9-15. Women are to dress modestly, to lean in quietness and full submission, to learn in quietness and full submission. My father tried to teach my mother this, but she never succumbed. May 16th, I have an appointment this evening with a member of the parish. I do believe he wants advice on a family matter. All right, let's read this Timothy 2:9-15. How do we find? Oh, there's Timothy. Timothy 2:9-15. This was his sermon. In like manner also, that women adorn themselves in modest apparel with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with braided hair or gold or pearls or costly array, but which becometh women professing godliness with good works. Let the woman learn in silence with all subjugation. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to assert my authority over the man, but to be in silence. For Adam was first formed, then Eve, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing, if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety. Okay, a little bit of creepiness. Doesn't really work in modern day. Okay, he's got an appointment with one of the members of the parish, wants to talk to him about some family advice. Let's see how that turned out. May 17, 1947, Saturday. Last night's counseling session was a complete waste of my time. Lester Jackson wanted me to appraise a cheap bauble that had belonged to his sister or wife or mother, who cares? I informed him I'm not in the business of pricing jewelry. He insisted that I inspect it. His fingernails were a disgust, just like at that luncheon. Tonight was my night in the confessional. With just minutes until I could leave, I heard the whisperer. It immediately set my teeth on edge. I didn't bother trying to understand. After many minutes of unintelligible mumbling, my curiosity got the better of me. In an attempt to find out who it is that continues to frustrate me and waste my time, I left the confessional and took a seat in a nearby pew. I sat in the silence well past closing time. When a quarter of an hour had passed and no one exited the confessional, it occurred to me that they might be in distress. I opened the door, but instead of an unconscious parishioner, there was another sealed note. I hurried outside, but saw no one. This poem or song or whatever it is, Peter, Peter, Pumpkin Eater. The handwritten portion is as follows and has the same darker letters as the first two. It also has today's date. I wish someone would come to claim them so I could find out the meaning. Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater, had a wife and so he beat her. Locked her in a basement cell and then he threw her down a well. HTRTRMK. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's spelling anything, but let me write it on our code list so we don't forget it. This is for May 17th, 1947. This one is shorter, only 4 lines. In fact, it's so short, I think we might write it out to see if anything jumps out at us when we write it all out. Next one is FENER. The fact that there's a period here makes you think it might read backwards, but it doesn't make sense backwards either. THR BMTCEL PHEEH WN, and then we have another period here. So we're not going to work on this now, but you could, this is our May 17th, you could make a couple of observations, right? One is, it could be that we've got these letters and then they're going through some sort of Caesar cipher that's shifting them, right? +1, +2, whatever. And another possibility is that these messages combine and fill in between each other. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so he's got this mumbler, and he left right while the guy was speaking and waited for him, and no one was there. So it sounds like he's definitely hallucinating this voice. And maybe he's writing notes to himself. Very, very creepy. All right, I guess we're continuing here. May 18, 1947, Sunday. My thoughts keep going back to the events of last evening. I cannot imagine how the whisperer left the church before I stepped out of the confessional. I thought he was still mumbling when I exited, but maybe I wasn't as fast as I thought. The next time, no. I don't want to encounter him again. I don't want there to be a next time. No one at Mass this morning seemed any different to me. Maybe whoever it is doesn't come to Mass, just comes to the confessional. Something for me to ponder. June 5, 1947. Lester Jackson's neighbor has reported him missing. Seems Lester's dog was howling all night, so the neighbor went over this morning to complain. Appears Lester has been gone for quite some time, and the dog was starving. Heard there was about a week's worth of papers on the stoop. So Lester Jackson, who has come to him to appraise a bauble on May 17, June 5th, he's reported dead for a week's worth of papers. So has he gone and killed Lester? June 6, 1947, Friday. The police came by my office today asking about Lester and his wife. Wife? I told them that I don't know anything about the wife, explaining that Lester simply said she left and didn't elaborate. According to the officer, the newspapers that had collected on Lester's stoop led them to believe he went missing on May 30th. I sent them over to speak with Eva Cortad. She'll give them an earful. So let them to believe he disappeared on May 30th, which is in this gap here between hearing the mumbling. Yeah, I think Jamie is thinking something we all considered now. Are the whisper visits before the murders? Okay, so this one definitely happened before the murder. Maybe we need to keep track of whispers. The whisper mumble. Okay, so May 17. And then let's see if we can find another one. We should have two more, right? This guy's funeral. He took his walk. The guy is dead here. Here is the note, or this time we had a mumble and a note on the same day, right? But do they all? And the note. And then here we have another note. Oh no, he's just comparing the notes here that came before. When does the note come here? Okay, the Whisperer returned February 15th. He gets the whisper and note. And when he does, he's feeling great. And then Hank Cowell's remains were discovered today, right after this one. Hank Cowell, and this is Lester Jackson. Okay, let's find her. And was our other one our own woman, Anna? I wonder if we're going to see their names in the notes. Like, are we going to see Hank Cowell's name somehow in here? Okay, and then the Humpty Dumpty, I mean, the Loosey Goosey was right when Anna died, right? So here is his other one. It's September 12. Sorry, September 14th. 1946. And here is his Loosey Goosey. This is Humpty Dumpty. Okay. And here he is imagining her practically naked. And it was not at church. This is the night. So she's dead right after this one. So someone's dying soon after each note. September 15th, he gets a note. She's dead by September 27th. He sees her, though, so it's not like the night after, but it's soon after. So this is Anna. Okay, so these notes are and this whisperer seems to trigger him to kill. And Jamie says the notes seem to describe the sins of the victims. It's true that this one about the woman leading the man to a life of despair got her killed. And is this about the drunk guy? And then where's our one about Lester Jackson, who's 30 and wanted to sell the bauble? Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater, had a wife, so he beat her, locked her in a basement cell, threw her down a well. And so we are told about how there was a wife here. The police come and act the wife. So it does seem like maybe the poems are about these people, the sins of the parishioners that he's then killing. It's like he's writing them to himself. So they ask about his wife, and he says, I don't know anything about her, but the poem talks about locking his wife in the basement. Okay, so this is where we left off. So let's continue here. June 7, 1947. Saturday. Well, I was right about Eva. She gave the police officer an earful yesterday and then showed up in the confessional to give me an earful tonight. According to Eva, Lester's wife just disappeared, said no goodbyes to anyone. Was there one day and gone the next. Lester became a bit of a hermit for a few months after she left, and then seemed to break out of his shell and resumed living. Eva thought the whole thing was suspicious and informed authorities at the time, but nothing ever came of it. June 10. Dear God, the police found Lester Jackson's rotted remains today, along with another set of bones, in his well. Just like the poem said. Threw her down a well. Why anyone was looking down Lester's well in the first place, I'll never understand. When Mrs. Peters informed me of the discovery, a thought started forming at the back of my mind. I'll have to search around my cottage for the last rhyme left behind by the whisperer. I think it had to do with the well. It sure did. I just can't quite remember. I'll look for it when I get some spare time. June 11. I found the rhyme that mentions the well. I'm quite at odds with myself about it. If I take it to the police, I will have to relate the story of all the rhymes. It sounds strange even to me. What if they think I'm involved, or worse, that I'm crazy? I'm not crazy. I will keep them to myself for now. I wouldn't want the authorities to jump to the wrong conclusion. Who's going to get killed next? June 12. This evening, I hesitated taking my stroll to the tree, but curiosity got the better of me. Under the branches, I discovered Lester's pin. He must have dropped it after our meeting when he was brazen enough to ask me to put a monetary value on it. I doubt it's worth much at all. He's just going to keep it? July 15, 1947, Tuesday. Ivy Tanner dropped by today with a fresh cherry pie. Will go very well with my evening meal. Boy, he's just kept the pin. July 17, 1947, Thursday. The community is taking up a collection for food and clothing to help the James family. The mother and children are members of my parish. They haven't died yet. I mean, the father hasn't died yet in the elevator. That's not happening until October. The mother and children are members of my parish. I thought she was a widow, but according to Eva Cortad's recent visit to the confessional, I now know he's alive and well. Apparently, he's a freeloader, at least where his family is concerned. Oh, we're going to kill him. We're going to be responsible for killing him in the elevator. Okay, so the father's still alive here. Ordinarily, I would put little worth in Miss Cortad's words, but Mr. James came to see me a few weeks back, sporting an expensive silver cross around his neck. He mentioned he had purchased it for himself for a handsome sum. He wanted me to bless it for him. At the time, I didn't know his family's circumstances. A man like that is a disgrace to humanity. And here he's going to get killed in a couple months. And here he has drawn it. All right, let's take a little break. I'll let the cat out of the door. I'll get some more coffee. So we've been playing for 3 hours. One of the things that the group is going to have to decide is we're just about at the halfway point of the diary. But the group is going to have to decide when to break. It definitely feels like we should keep going because we don't want to go past tomorrow. We could certainly go for another 3 hours and finish the diary. It's totally up to you. Let me know what your thinking is after the break about when we should stop. I guess I'm kind of inclined tonight to keep going and have a long session here, just to make sure we're not rushed tomorrow. But you let me know what you think, and I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, it's 1:28 a.m. here, Friday, October 31st, Hallows Eve. We are playing The Root of All Evil. I can see we've lost some people. Jonathan Warner is headed out. Jamie is as well. And that would normally be a time when I might say we should break, but I really don't think we should because I want to make sure that we can finish tomorrow. And we really don't know how long it's going to be. So I think we may have a long session here tonight, even if it's just me alone. But I can see I've still got some friends here with me. We have now figured out that he has this whispering visit during confessional where these notes are being found, these poems, and they're sort of instructing him to kill people or people are dying soon after them. And we do have a code. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a little break here and think about the code for a little bit. So we've got 3 codes, and I guess we should write them out. We've identified the dark letters in each code. That was from the most recent one, this one. HTRTR, maybe I'll try to split them up a little bit. TRMKAR. It seems like it'd be easy to miss something. FENER. DHRBMTCEL THERE Okay. Now, we know the date of this, and we know the name of the person who's getting killed, which is Lester Jackson. It wouldn't be crazy if this note didn't somehow tell him who to kill, even if he's writing it to himself. But there's no J here, so it's not that simple. I was thinking about what are our options here for this being a code. One is that it's a shift, right? Like the H becomes I, the T becomes U, so on, some sort of Caesar shift. The other option is that they combine, but I don't think the messages are gonna combine now. Now I think each one is likely to be giving him instructions, sort of, even if they're instructions to himself, about who to kill. So I think somehow I wouldn't be surprised if this message didn't somehow say Lester Jackson. Now, so one thing we might do is just count the letters, but clearly this is more than just spelling Lester Jackson. Okay, so another possibility, though, I thought if it's a shift, you could ask yourself, what is the shift number? And I thought, is it always that he's, is it always that these are following him reading from his mass? And so do we have like two numbers for the sermon he's given? Like for some of them, he tells us, okay, I just read from Isaiah 5:17. Like those could be numbers, right? Those, if we're looking for shift numbers, here, look, Timothy 2:9-15. So I wonder if on this page we might say, okay, there might be a code related to Timothy, but I don't remember if all of them had that flavor. Timothy 2:9-15. Timothy 9:15. So that could be shift information. The other alternative that we might want to consider is that what we've got is like a skip system where it's like every other letter is forming a word. Or this weird, here's another clue. Another clue is the period at the front. And look, here's a period here. That's very odd. That feels like it's got to be a clue, but what is it? What is that clue? What does it mean for there to be a period here? I guess this is a dark letter, but why is it here? Why not put it here? That feels very strange to me. Any other punctuation that's dark? No. This is very weird. And this one has a title that says Peter, Pumpkin Peter. I wouldn't be surprised if this game doesn't teach us this code at some point, but I think it would be more fun for us to think about it. So we're going to take this game seriously enough to make cards for each of these. Maybe we need a bigger card for this one. Okay, again, we have a period at the front. Let's see if we can write it here. I'm a little worried about missing some of these bolded things, as long as they're not OSY, and as long as they're not As long as missing one isn't the end of the world, I won't worry about it. But that would suggest that we can't have a skip code, because then a simple skip would kill us. And we don't have the same number of letters on each line, do we? No, here's 5 and here's a whole bunch. Okay. Now, is it just the E that's bolded here? This is where I worry about this. Like, it's a little hard to see which letters are bolded. W, E. Then it looks like T, C, R, C, H, T, C, R, C, H, D, H, C, H, D, H, C, H, N, T, E, T, E, N, T, E, and then N, maybe the apostrophe, B, E, and then T, H, R, E, T, H, R, E, T. I don't like how some of these are ambiguous. Like, it looks like T-I-M-N to me. But if you told me that this U was bold, I would believe you. And here, like, it looks like the N is bold. I just wish it was a little clearer. Maybe it's a little clearer in real life. N, S, U, C, K, N, A, and then another A. And I believe in pious, this U is bolded. So I'm going to add that U back in. A, T, E, S, R, L, D, S, E, A, E, T, N, D. Then we have spaces and a period. Very strange. Okay, so this one was the Lucy. Do we have a title on this one? Maybe it doesn't matter. Lucy, Lucy, Goosey. Lucy, Lucy, Gander. And then we've got the Humpty Dumpty one. Let's do this one. We've got a period, and we've got DU on the first line. I don't think the M is, so GEAL. Then KNAN. EAM. NIGT. GTI NIG TIHAL. You could imagine it's also alternating like this. KNN. Don't see it. AOE. It is also odd that it doesn't look like capitalization is important. F4MH UVWASGEJSAHE. Okay, and this is Humpty Dumpty. Okay, now we have our 3. Now, what is the extra information associated with each 3? So here is the whisperer came to the confessional. So this one is Humpty Dumpty. This one happened on February 15, 1947. And this is the second one. The Pumpkin Eater was the third one. Okay, who gets killed with this one? Hank Cowell. He was the drunk with the token. Now, do we get notice that there's a mass with a number like Matthew something something? I don't think we did in this one. You watched It's a Wonderful Life. Candlelight service. I'm just thinking if the Matthew 2:15 is the code, but that would have to come. Retrieve the one from the lost and found for the loosey goosey. Okay, let's go find that one. Okay, here's our loosey goosey. This one happened at September 15, 1946. This is the one that killed Anna. And do we have any sense of whether he was reading from a particular verse? Not really. Okay, let us then think through whether we have enough to work out these codes. We could also just talk about what patterns we notice. And were there other weird punctuations in the others? Once he notices it, just a period at the far left on this one, but this one does have a period in the middle of despair. Okay, let us... Now, of course, these are lossy. Like, I haven't written the full poems. You know what? This was probably stupid. Probably a better thing to do would have been to make copies of them so we could circle the letters so we could still see the original. All right, let's just look at this. Let's make some observations. We could try a shift. We also have these numbers. But why would we have 3 numbers? This is, again, like the numbers he would read. 2, 9, 15. These aren't our numbers, though. Okay, let's just make some observations here. Here's one observation. Look at all these consonants here. T, C, R, C, H, D, H, C, H. Like, I don't think you could arrange these letters to get words to get enough vowels to make this work. So that suggests to me that there's some transformation happening to these letters. You know what I mean? I don't think these letters are scrambled because of how many consonants are in here. Now, what about looking for, if it was a Caesar cipher with the same shift, you would imagine that you would see certain letters more frequently. Like whatever the E maps to, we should see more of. This is kind of weird, though. We've got one line that's just CHs and CHs, and then that's not happening again. Then you look at these lines, these look like they could be scrambled up. There's enough consonants and normal letters. What the hell is this, all this CH, CH? Is that really right? TCH, RCH, DU, D. Boy, it's really feels like you could make some mistake. DU, HCH. And that's a lot of letters. Here's the shortest one. This feels like the one that you would attack. That might be the easiest to attack. Again, we have a line up here that's just full of consonants. Doesn't look like we have enough. And we have this. Is there any... Is it worth experimenting with a Caesar cipher? HTR, but we'd have to know the shift. What would be the shift? 9 to 15 because of Timothy. If you said the 9th letter went to the 15th letter, 13, 14, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, then the I would go to the O. And Z, that doesn't work. All right, let's not try to solve it. Let's just see what observations we can make. We've got weird punctuation. Which I don't know how to make sense of. The weird punctuation suggests that it's not, that we shouldn't be just looking at the bolded letters. The fact that we've got a period at the front and we've got this, like if you look at this for a second, NDES, and then someone stuck a special period here, that suggests that it's not just that we're looking at the bolded letters. Not the non-bolded letters either. The fact that this period is here seems to suggest that we're reading out something and we need to stop here. Why do we need to stop here? Why do we need to stop there? Why is there a period at the front? This is a little odd too. Double M's at the end of them. Period at the front, period at the end. Period at the front, period in the middle of the last word. Period at the front, period in the middle of the last word. Boy, that is weird. What does that tell us? You can't be just spelling something with the bolded letters. Otherwise, you would just need a period here. There would be no point in putting it here. What is the point between putting it in that specific word? What is that? That has to be significant. Any other pattern you recognize to the bolding? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why would the period be significant? If the period is significant, it almost sounds like you're counting every nth letter, right? And then you need to have the nth letter be something to stop. But then why are you bolding? Why would you be bolding letters if you're just counting the nth letter? It's also very hard to write a secret message where you need to insist on what every nth letter is. The other thing is I sort of expect that the different names are in here, so I suspect we should be able to see Lester Jackson in here, but certainly not by a rearrangement of letters. They're not written in a grid. Right, yeah, they're not really written neatly in a grid, so I don't think we're running down columns. So if you were telling people to use the non-bolded letters, then you might need to stick in a period. But That is far too many letters. This one has a period in the middle of the last word. This one has a period in the middle of the last word. This one has a double M at the end and no period in the last word. That's weird. That's confusing. And it says we could come back to this cipher. Maybe we don't have all the info yet. Well, yes, we're not going to sit here endlessly. I agree with you. I'm not committed to sitting here endlessly. It just feels like maybe we have enough. We did take a little peek that we have a piece of music, so I wouldn't be surprised if the game didn't give us more hints and more information. I just thought we would take a little bit of time to work on it, but I agree, we are sort of running out of the hope of solving this quickly. Okay, well, we spent some time on it. We've got some notes. We will come back to it. I don't see an easy solution, and I don't know that we've come up with any theories about why there would be these periods in the middle. All right, so as Anna said, we will come back to the cipher and we will return to reading through the diary now. So our pastor Francis is remarking about how the James family husband, the man head of the family, is a freeloader and is a disgrace to humanity. And we happen to know from the newspaper that he's eventually going to die. Not for a while, though. All right, here we go. New page. July 22nd, 1947, Tuesday. I have been told that Traverse City holds a festival in July to celebrate the cherry harvest. I've yet to experience it. Last year it was decidedly too soon after the war, and this year Traverse City is celebrating its centennial, so the festival is being postponed another year. When I questioned Mrs. Peters about the numerous men in the area sporting beards, she informed me it was in honor of the centennial celebration. I myself remained clean-shaven. Received a letter from a fellow seminary graduate, B.P. Morgan. He wrote to tell me about losing three of his parishioners in a coal mine explosion on July 24th. His parish is in Herron, Illinois. The explosion took place nearby in West Frankfort. He seemed quite shook up about it. I thought about confiding in him regarding the deaths of my parishioners, but I refrained. It would cause way too many questions. Can't say I was very close to him when we were in school. I will have Mrs. Peters send him a condolence card. This guy is horrible, this preacher. August 11, Monday. Received a letter from Claire. I had sent her a copy of one of the strange rhymes to see if she could discern as to why some letters are darker than others. She was appalled at the wordage. She acted as though I had written it. Aside from pointing out that the top portion was a children's nursery rhyme, she was no help to me at all. She accused him of writing it. August 16th, Saturday. I've decided not to worry myself over the stupid nursery rhymes, as Claire referred to them. I don't know why they should be my problem. Maybe the whisperer is leaving them, and they are for Mrs. Peters. After all, she cleans the confessional. Maybe he considers them love notes or something. Personally, I think the whole thing is stupid and not worth my time. August 22nd. I didn't ask Mrs. Peters about the notes. If they are not for her, she'll have questions for me. I'm not answering to her. If they are meant for her, she'll never know she has an admirer unless he leaves them someplace else. September 1, 1947, Monday. Today is a national holiday, Labor Day. Makes for a 3-day weekend for the working classes. My job is too important to allow a day off. September 9, Tuesday. Wake to thunder and lightning this morning. Not a great way to start the day. I guess I'll get a start on Sunday's sermon. September 12, Friday, 1947. The rain continues. I certainly hope that the weather clears by tomorrow. I do not feel like venturing out in this weather to walk to the church for confessions. If it's still raining, I'm pretty sure no one will show up anyway, and I'll get soaked to the skin for nothing. Consideration doesn't seem to be the top priority around here. Not consideration. What is he saying? Consecration, consideration. He's talking about the confessional stuff. Oh, we got another note. The weather is it's September. It's about time for our guy to die with his head chopped off in the elevator. The weather is certainly getting colder. September 14th, Sunday. Winter will be here soon. I detest the long northern Michigan winter. This guy he's got seasonal depression. September 21, Sunday. I nearly froze to death last night. Obviously, Mrs. Peters hasn't found anyone to deliver my wood now that Lester Jackson is no longer available. I will need to remind her of her duties when she arrives at the church this morning. I'm sure she probably has plenty of wood for her stove, so she never gave me a thought. October 4, 1947, Saturday. Again, I am listening, or trying to listen, to the whisperer. I have no more patience today. I finally told him to speak clearly or leave. He left, thank God. I found that the hour I spend in here goes much faster if I write the day's events in my journal. Time's up. Even before checking the parishioner's side, I knew I would find the sealed note. What is their purpose, and why is he leaving them in my confessional? Okay, so I'm not going to transcribe this one. I just want to make a note about the date so we can find it. October 4, 1940. Don't I have a sheet for this? May 17th, February, and our other one was September 15th, 1946. Okay, so we've gotten 4 notes so far. Period at the front. He's selfish and lazy. The family's forlorn. Their clothes are in tatters. Their shoes are all worn. And where is the man should look after their keep? He sits in his chair and pretends he's asleep. This is the good-for-nothing husband and his sins. Ivy Tanner dropped off a pie for me this evening. It was much appreciated. If she had asked Bertha to bring it to me, I'm sure it wouldn't have made it intact. Are these pies being poisoned by some seeds from the tree also? Okay, October 18th. Now, here we go. I saw in the newspaper today, Frank James was strangled yesterday in the Montgomery Ward store in town. Apparently the cause was his big flashy necklace. I do believe it was fate, and his family is no worse off without him. Now here's the thing. All of the other deaths we were saying this guy, the priest, was doing. But how does he do this? I mean, they don't know exactly how it happened, but it happened in a department store. They think that he must have leaned out to grab it and untangle it. So my question for you is, either we think the preacher, I mean, we have a specific date, right? Decapitated by an elevator around 10 a.m. yesterday. So October 17. And then, so October 17 at 10 a.m. is our guy who gets killed in the elevator, Frank James. So we don't have any entry in a diary for October 17th, but what's our theory now that this guy followed him to the Montgomery Ward store and grabbed his necklace and pulled it out? Here he is drawing the tree. Or are these deaths happening and it's not our preacher doing it, but he is evil somehow? Let's see. October 21, Tuesday. I've invested in a radio for myself. I had been using the one left behind by Father Wrigley, but the last lightning storm shorted it out. I actually visited Montgomery Ward in town to purchase it. Oh, what do you know? You visited Montgomery Ward. What a coincidence. I refrained, however, from using the elevator. It seemed to be back in service. Well, he's not claiming to have gone to it. He's claiming he went to it after the murder to get the radio. But I wonder if he's just mixing up the dates. And that's just his excuse for why he has this rail. But it is odd that he's saying he went to Montgomery Ward after the murder, a few days after. But boy, that's suspicious. There's an interesting comment by Optional Joy about, are the notes like spells? It's interesting, but we think he's writing them to himself. But I think they're secret messages to himself about telling him to kill them. Okay, let's keep going. October 27. On tonight's stroll, I found Frank's garish cross beneath the branches of the tree. How can this be? Frank died in town, miles from the asylum. I know the cross was on his neck chain. The newspaper article reported it. I don't know what to think of this. Okay, so here's the souvenir by the tree that always our preacher is finding. Now, is this it? Is this looks wooden, but if this is it, we can decode it. I don't know what to think of this. October 30. On my nightly stroll to the tree, I notice it has an inordinate amount of leaves, while the others are shedding. If I hadn't been so distracted by Frank's cross, I probably would have noticed them earlier. Yeah, and they're always under the tree. Ugh. Here we go. October 31, Friday. It's a Friday back in 1947, just like it is here. Today is Halloween. Earlier, I had a knock on the rectory door. I was sure it was crazies out for some fun. I nearly didn't answer. Turned out to be the James children. I searched out some cookies for their bags. I have now turned out my lights. I do not want to encourage additional unwelcome visitors. November 2nd, 1947, Sunday. I noticed Thomas Blackwell heading toward me after Mass this morning. This is the fraudulent investor who we know is going to go missing soon. I hurriedly engaged Mrs. James in conversation. I knew Blackwell would not be interested in joining our conversation as Mrs. James has no money to invest. I cut the conversation short as soon as he was out of sight. November 7, 1947, Friday. There was quite an uproar at the asylum this evening. The train-like whistle at the powerhouse went off. The series of blasts signaled a fire alarm. The whistle normally blows at noon, so by sounding in the evening, it meant something was wrong. Within a few minutes, 2 fire trucks from town and 2 police cars came careening onto the grounds with sirens blasting. At the same time, someone opened the gate to the cow barn. There were about 20 cows and a bull running scared through the campus. The sirens set off the crazies, so there was screaming that lasted well after midnight. And here he's drawing a little cow. November 8, 1947, Saturday. It turns out last night's fiasco made the front page of the newspaper. Apparently, it was some delinquents from town out for a night of fun. November 8. Okay, well, we don't have that paper. November 15. On my afternoon stroll, I happened upon a grave marker. The name on the tombstone was Travers Colantha Walker, who died in 1932. I'll have to ask Miss Peters who this person is. Seems odd she is buried on the grounds. It's the only grave marker I've come across. November 20, Thursday. Mrs. Peters has invited me to take Thanksgiving meal with her family next Thursday. I accepted the invite. I'm surprised none of the other parishioners offered. November 21. As Saturday evening approaches, I'm getting more and more anxious about sitting in the confessional. It's obvious I cannot cancel confession altogether, but I can change the hours that I will be available. For now, I'll be hearing confessions during the mid-afternoon. I believe that should the whisperer attend during this time, another person will surely get a glimpse of it. I admit, I've considered posting someone in the church, but I don't know who I can trust, and I don't know what I would tell them, even if I could. November 27, 1947, Thursday. Surprisingly enough, Mrs. Peters turned out to be quite an accomplished cook. I'm glad that I accepted her invitation to dine with her family. I may mention her generosity at Sunday's service. That should shame the rest of the selfish attendees. How much you want to bet he's going to want to kill this woman? I woke December 1st. I woke feeling as though someone had entered my room. There doesn't appear to be anything missing, but my rosary has been tampered with. Who would do such a thing? It must be the delinquents from the cantina. Somebody has to do something about them. The fact that they are that brazen is frightening. So is he talking about the fact that someone has put those skulls on his rosary? I wonder. It is weird that it's so black. I don't remember it being black enamel before, but surely it was. The church will be hosting a craft and bake sale this coming weekend. According to Mrs. Peters, Ivy Tanner has always been in charge of organizing these types of events. She is much liked throughout the church community. Her daughter, Bertha, however, is not. The pair, mother and daughter, could not be more different. Bertha is boisterous, rude, disheveled, and disrespectful. It's a mystery how such a sweet old woman such as Ivy raised such a poor excuse for a daughter. Uh-oh. Bertha's in trouble. If the whisperer comes, Bertha's in trouble. December 14, 1947, Sunday. The attendance at Mass has increased due to the holiday season. I've not received a letter from Claire in quite some time. I wonder why that is. She's probably just too busy to keep in touch. She's such a selfish person. I'm here alone, and she can't take the time to drop me a line. A Christmas card at the very least would be appreciated. December 17, Wednesday. Mrs. Peters and Mrs. James were hauling holiday decorations into the church today. when I returned from my stroll. They asked if I would like a tree and a wreath for the rectory. I explained I'm far too busy to do any holiday decorating, but I don't object to a wreath being placed on my door. December 20, 1947, Saturday. There'll be no confessions today. I'm sure none of the parishioners will venture out in this blizzard. I certainly don't intend to. December 21, Sunday. The snow is still coming down in droves, and the temperature is below zero. There had best be a good number of parishioners at Mass this morning. I don't want to waste a good sermon on an empty church. December 24th, 1947, Christmas Eve. Mrs. Peters paid somebody to clean the walkways for the candlelight service. I wondered when she would get around to it. Unfortunately, she failed to have them shovel my stoop, so I was still forced to wade through deep snow. December 25, Thursday. The church is always full for Christmas. We had a great showing. The weather cooperated. The snow is finally tapered off. He's in a better mood because of the weather is good now. January 17, 1948. My heart is heavy. Ivy Tanner died today. I'm told it was due to natural causes. When I visited her in the hospital, she appeared frail and malnourished. The irony, I'm wasted away while her daughter Bertha becomes obese. Oh, Ivy wasted away while her daughter becomes obese. Ivy owned a lovely finger rosary that she always carried with her. She wanted Bertha to have it, and asked that I get it to her. I obliged. Maybe this is Ivy's rosary we're going to find out. Her funeral has been scheduled for Tuesday. I expect the church will be overflowing. She was loved by many. January 20, 1948, Tuesday. The church was not only full for Ivy's funeral, it was overflowing. I found out that she had been a member of the parish for over 35 years. Bertha carried on and wailed so loudly, I'm sure it was difficult for the congregation to hear my lovely eulogy. Because a number of parishioners felt obliged to speak of their experiences with Ivy, that the service droned on for nearly 2 hours. Thank God we didn't have to go to the cemetery for the burial. That will be in the spring. I was starving by the time I got back to the rectory. February 3rd. So that was January 20. Okay. Today marks the feast of St. Blaise, and as is customary, the blessing of the threat. Blessing of the threat. It was a long day. I was pleasantly surprised that nearly all the parishioners participated. I was shocked to see Bertha Tanner sitting in the front row. I hadn't expected her to attend. She was seated next to Thomas Blackwell. Blackwell is a showy person. He sits in the front pew every Sunday. He never misses Mass. I'm not certain he's truly that religious, or that if I'm not certain if he's truly that religious, or he just likes to flaunt himself. He's a church usher, and sitting in the front pew allows him to walk past the entire congregation to reach the collection baskets. I get the impression he likes all eyes on him. He's always a little louder than anyone else when reciting prayers. I have heard he's quite the businessman. He has approached me several times regarding investing my money. I've explained to him that I like being in charge of my own interests, but it hasn't stopped him from asking every chance he gets. Also, I just don't particularly care for the man. The more I thought about Mr. Blackwell, I question whether I've ever seen him in the confessional. Maybe he is someone that believes they live a sin-free life. February 7, 1948, Saturday. It has been nearly 3 months since my last encounter with the Whisperer. I had started to relax, believing whoever it was had moved on. But he came this afternoon. I guess the daylight hours didn't scare him off. Still, no one reported seeing any or hearing anyone or anything out of the ordinary. As usual, a sealed note was left in his wake. This time in its Baba Black Sheep. The penned inclusion is as disturbing as the others. Baba Black Sheep, being such a fool, bought herself some groceries, 3 bags full. None for her mother, who gave her her breath, all for the selfish one who eats herself to death. I'm convinced nobody will be coming to retrieve the rhymes. I'm sure they are being left purposely, but by whom and why? Okay, well, we have another whisperer. And this one is February 7, 1948. And we can see Bertha's getting herself killed. All right, let's see what happens to Bertha. February 9th, Monday. The February thaw is in full bloom. The sun has been out every day for a week, and apparently there's quite a bit of flooding in the surrounding areas. There's no question that the snow will return before spring truly arrives. I must admit, I have spring fever. He's like a tree, by the way, in that he doesn't like the cold weather. He loves the spring. It's like he's got infected by this tree's moods. February 14th, 1948, Saturday, I managed to get through confessions with neither Eva nor the Whisperer making an appearance. Here we go. February 20, 1948, Friday. This morning I was summoned to administer last rites to Bertha Tanner. It appears she choked to death on a fishbone. I realize it sounds indelicate, but I cannot say I'm surprised. I wonder what item of hers he's going to find under the tree. I guess the rosary. February 23rd, 1948. There seems to be a lot of accidental deaths plaguing my parish in the last couple of years. I wonder if anyone else has noticed. Seems very odd to me. February 25th. I can't sleep. I'm rereading the rhymes, and I think it's possible they are about the deaths. Now that I have studied them closer, I can see each has a date. I can't remember if the rhymes came before or after the people died. If they came before, that would suggest there is a murderer among us. I will have to think on this. Yeah, we've gathered that. Each has a date. I wonder if we think that's going to be somehow the code, related to the code. March 8, 1948. I discovered Ivy's finger near her rosary. I've discovered Ivy's finger rosary beneath the tree. I'm desperately trying not to dwell on what this could mean. I'm shaken to my core. Okay, so he found the rosary that Bertha had, just as we suspected. Everyone is dying and giving, and he's getting their souvenirs. March 9, Tuesday. Recent events surrounding the parishioners have me thinking. Anna excluded, parentheses, she tricked me into almost sinning, but I wouldn't wish her ill will. To be quite honest, I didn't think highly of any of the parishioners that have passed. This strikes me as odd. Who could know my thoughts? And if the deaths truly have been accidents, surely it's quite a coincidence, but what if they're murdered? I admit that the parish as a whole is better without them, but who could have orchestrated such a thing and why? To think that the deaths are anything but accidental is disturbing. March 10, 1948, Wednesday. I checked the newspaper clipping about Frank's death. It says he died on October 17th. The date on the rhyme is October 4th, so I received the rhyme before Frank was dead. Is someone setting up these deaths to look like accidents? Yeah, you are. March 15th, Monday. I'm spending all my free time studying the attendees at Mass. The only person I can imagine as a killer, aside from Lester Jackson, who is already dead, is Thomas Blackwell. Well, he's coming. I'm keeping a close watch on him. I should have thought about him earlier, as I have never heard him in the confessional. I thought he was too full of himself to admit to sinning, but I don't recognize the voice because of the whispering and mumbling. It has to be him. But why is he doing it, and why is he involving me? Does he think he is doing my bidding? Dennis says that a finger rotary is a small metal ring with 10 beads on it. Okay, that makes sense. It's not a full chain. So I guess the items in here are not belonging to these parishioners. So this is, I guess, his mother's rosary, not the one found. So far, none of the items he's found have been in the book. Unless they're in this false bottom. It does feel like there is a false bottom in this box. But let's worry about that later. He thinks some murderer is involving him. Does he think he's doing my bidding? March 26, 1948, Friday. Today is Good Friday. Again, Mrs. Peters put forth the invitation to dine with her family this Sunday, Easter. I feel as though she believes her good intentions will get her into heaven. Regardless, I'm happy for the delicious home-cooked meals. March 30th, 1948, Tuesday. Mrs. Peters dropped off some leftovers to me from the Easter dinner. She no sooner left them than Mrs. James came by with a large fruit basket and a pecan pie. I don't even recall my mother baking. Claire imagines herself a good cook, but I've had better at the local diner. April 7, 1948, Wednesday. Again, Thomas Blackwell approached me about allowing him to invest my money. I have tried to be nice about it in the past, but he is definitely getting in my craw. Now that I have fingered him as the killer, I don't want anything to do with him. Walked to town with a priest from Isidore. This is April 16th. He was in town for a doctor's appointment, stopped in for a chat. Apparently his parish is quite isolated. I may hate being pastor on the grounds of an asylum, but I do enjoy having the downtown area within walking distance. We had a nice walk, took lunch at a local cafe. He was quite a pleasant fellow. I'd been expecting a Father Wrigley type who would ask for a tour of the asylum, but he seemed content to accompany me to town. May 22nd, 1948, Saturday. Got a note from Claire today. Father's in the hospital. I don't know what she expects me to do about it. He's old. That's what happens when you let yourself go. He's been sitting around waiting to die for years. Sounds like he's going to get his wish. May 26, 1948, Wednesday. I asked Mrs. Peters to send a get well card to my father. She began to ask questions about my family, but I nipped that right in the butt. My family business is none of her business. May 27, 1948. Mrs. Peters gave me the cold shoulder this morning. She may be a bit put off with me after yesterday's dressing down. Too bad. I've never believed in asking personal questions or answering them, for that matter. I'm sure in time she'll realize I was correct in reprimanding her, but it doesn't really matter. I'm sure she'll never step over that line again. June 16, 1948, Wednesday. I left a note for Mrs. Peters to send my father a Father's Day card. He's probably home from the hospital by now. June 20th, 1948, Sunday. Today is Father's Day, so I delivered my sermon on Ephesians 6:1-4. Honor your father so that it will go well with you and you may enjoy a long life on earth. June 26, 1948, Saturday. Nothing from Claire. What the hell does she do with her time? I'm a very busy person, but I make the time to stay in touch. A thank you or a mention of the cards I sent Father would be courteous, at the very least. Okay, let's read Ephesians 6. Can someone tell me what Ephesians are? 614. Okay, let's see if we can't find Ephesians. Not alphabetical, so I just gotta Corinthians. There it is, Ephesians. I don't know how it works. Does that mean epistle? The epistle of Paul, the apostle, to the Ephesians. So I guess it's like the apostles are speaking to certain groups of people, to cities, to towns. Okay, 614. Let's see what his sermon was about. Respecting your father. Okay, here we go. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor thy father and mother, which is the first commandment with promise, that it may be well with thee, and thou mayest live long on the earth. And ye fathers, provoke not your children to wrath, but bring them up in the nurture and admonition of the Lord. Servants, be obedient to them that are your masters according to the flesh, with fear and trembling, in the singleness of your heart, as unto Christ. I guess we've read past it. Okay, so he's mad at his sister for not writing him. July 4, 1948. Enjoyed the fireworks display this evening. I watched them from behind the rectory. Didn't want to wander too far out onto the grounds, with the weather remaining pleasant for the spectacle. A large amount of the crazies are out and about tonight. And he's drawn a nice little eagle here. I guess July 4th, American Eagle. July 10, 1948, Saturday. I sat out on the porch today to make notes on tomorrow's sermon. I've been missing Ivy Tanner's baked goods of late. Ivy Tanner stopped bringing in food. Goodbye, Ivy. I think she might be getting a note soon. I've been missing Ivy Tanner's baked goods of late. You would think another woman in the parish would have taken up where Ivy left off. I may reference that somehow during Mass tomorrow. July 17th, Saturday. As I was leaving the confessional today, I heard movement on the other side of the screen. I sat back down and opened the slider. The sing-song mumbling began. I froze. I broke out in a sweat, and my heart began to race. Before I could stop myself, I left my side of the confessional and entered the sinner's side. To my dismay, no one was there. I stood in shock. On the seat lay the sealed note. With a shaky hand, I retrieved it and left the church in a run. I was compelled, once I was safely in my room, to open the note. The rhyme was titled Little Jack Horner, and of course it had the disturbing addition. Little Jack Horner, so smug a performer who is never a donor, he loves hoarding his goods from his friends. He just takes all their money, and he thinks it's quite funny that he never declares dividends. The date on the rhyme is July 17th. Okay, it seems to be telling us that maybe we should be using the date. I think we might try a Caesar shift with that in a second. But let's write down this next one, July 17, 1948. I still wouldn't know how to explain this part. But if it's July 17th, do we think there's something like a 17 shift? Doesn't seem right. Would it be the 17th letter? I don't see how. Let me just see. If it was a 17 shift. 17 shift. Is there an easier shift we could do? Yes, we could do our October 4th shift. Let's just see if it's trying to tell us. If we had an October 4 shift of 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. F would go to J, S would go to W. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so I still don't know how to decode it, even if we know the date. Okay. It looks like Thomas Blackwell's getting killed. July 21. Saw Thomas Blackwell with Mrs. Peters and Mrs. James at the cafe in town. I kept right on walking. I had no desire to listen to his spiel on money matters again. July 30, 1948. Quite a spectacle in town today. Looks as though Thomas Blackwell, the investment banker, has skipped town, along taking with him a large amount of his client's money. I am relieved, as I am certain this marks the end of this nightmare. I now believe that the people that died invested with Thomas, and he killed them off to take their money. That also makes Thomas the whisperer. Now I can get on with my life. August 1st, 1948, Sunday. I had the most restful sleep. I can't remember the last night I slept so sound. I feel a great weight has been lifted now that the devil has been cast out. I'm sure the parishioners felt the inspiring tone of my sermon. August 2nd, 1948, Monday. I walked out to the tree this evening. Thomas's ostentatious gold ring glinted at me from the dirt. I would recognize it anywhere. The first time he shook my hand, I commented on it. Merely to make conversation, I almost fainted. I knew immediately Thomas did not leave town. He's dead. The joy and relief I have been feeling dissipated. I put the ring with the other trinkets. I must hide them immediately. If they should be found in my possession, there is no explaining them. I think that all these possessions are going to be under this fake bottom of this box. I think he's hiding them. This is so creepy. All right, let's take our next break. I think we may finish the diary tonight. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Well, we've been playing for 5 hours now. I'm a little bit torn in terms of this box of stuff and this diary. I mean, I think, probably 4/5 done with the book. There's not that much left of the diary. It's very interesting. I'm happy to keep going through it. But I'm a little confused about the order that we should be doing things in. I mean, we've got this box. We opened up a few things and then we felt like it had no relation. It was they're just things. They're not mentioned in the diary yet. And then we came across a couple references to some of the items in this box. We had a reference to the Western Union telegram and the reference to the mother's ring. This is clearly the mother's box that someone left on his desk, with a picture of him as a child and his sister, and then a picture of him at the asylum, and maybe a picture of the asylum, and then this rosary that we don't sure exactly. Maybe this is his mother's rosary. But the point is that we've been going back and forth between thinking that we should wait until items are referenced in this box before we look at them. Then they make more sense. Like this wedding ring, just looking at it meant nothing, but when he said he went into the box and got it, it made complete sense. But it also feels like we're approaching the end of this diary, and I'm worried that most of the stuff in here is not going to be mentioned in the diary and might be relevant for us decoding these messages, in which case we should look at them now. The other... Boy, this piece of the tree is very creepy. The other thing that's a little confusing is the starting postcard. I would say it's actually more than a little confusing. On the back of this box, it said, "Now you must fix what you have done. You will lose everything, everyone you love. Follow each step carefully, and you may save some. Evil surrounds you, it mocks you. Evil does not take the opener of this box. He waits for the opener to give himself up to him willingly." And then this postcard says, it talks about the tree, and then it says, objective, locate ritual and perform it. So I mean, what do we do here? Do we keep reading the diary and stick to our original plan and only look at the items afterwards, in which case it may be that we finish the diary and then go look through the items? Or should we start opening these items in hopes that they give us a clue on how to decode these messages? Dennis says we should open the small leather pouch. I mean, on what basis are you saying that? You just say we should open the small leather pouch. Why? Why have you chosen that item? I do not like these trees on here. And I think there's a false bottom with all the things you stole. But why is this one? Do you know something that you shouldn't know? We don't want any hints and secrets here. I mean, I guess I'm inclined to stick with the plan. But I do feel like, for example, in this sealed thing, this is one of the messages from the Whisperer. But is this one that we just looked at, does this has like a poem, but it's a poem that we haven't seen before. But I don't think this holds a secret. I don't think this is a clue to how to decode it. I'm afraid this may be the message to the mother that told her to kill someone or kill herself or something. I guess I'm inclined to keep going with our system of reading the diary and then opening the stuff only afterwards. Then it says, what about the file that was left with the box? We never found that. Yeah, that was very weird that we didn't get that file that it talked about. Unless it's... I mean, there are things in here. I mean, there is something that could be a file at the bottom of this box. Should we consider that might be the file he's talking about? It looks like it's his mother's intake form. Date of admission, August 16th, 1933, Dora Whitmore. This is his mother's... I think this might be the file that was being referred to. It was in the bottom of the box. Okay, let's see. She was age 34, Dora Whitmore, Oak Park, Illinois, admitted married housewife, Catholic. Age on first attack, 28, mumbling, ranting nonsense. Epilepsy, no. Suicidal tendencies, no. Dangerous to self, no. Dangerous to others, no. Next relative, affected with insurity, maternal grandmother. Near relative, affected with insanity. Oh, she's saying her mother was also insane. Patient presents with manic outbursts, pleading that her husband reconsider. Ranting nonsense, repeating the phrase, "They are forsaken without me." Husband left abruptly with no physical or verbal contact. And here's the person who certified her, Thomas Kittredge or something. Let's see what the back of this looks like. Medical information. Schizophrenic psychosis. She was put in this room ward 220. Light brown hair, 5'3", 115 pounds, hazel eyes. External appearance, habit of body, temperament, expression of countenance, form of head if abnormal. She's Caucasian, slight frame, nervous movements, well-groomed, nicely turned out. Standoffish, rigid posture. Sedation will be necessary to perform any and all physical procedures. They can't do tests on her without sedating her. Presence of abuse or bruises non-visible. All personal items given to husband. Small sealed box remains with patients as she would not relinquish. Highly irregular. All right, so what should we do here? I know nothing, it just looks interesting. I'm curious about the other items inside. I just wish I knew whether they were going to be referred to in the diary. What makes thematic sense? I think we should keep reading. But if the diary starts mentioning some item, I wouldn't be surprised if what we find here is he goes to the box to find something to help him decode the messages. And when he does, we will. Okay, so he has a super restful sleep, and then he finds Thomas Blackwell, who's disappeared. Remember in the newspaper article, the investor and his money is missing. He goes to the tree and he finds the ring of this guy, which I think we're going to find along with all the other items at the bottom of this box. And he says, I'm not going to show them to anyone. I have to hide them because if they find all these items from the dead people, they're going to suspect me. August 3rd, 1948. It has occurred to me, none of those who have died were really God-fearing people. At least in my opinion. It stands to reason that religious tokens are not welcome in hell. August 4th, 1948. He's rationalizing why their religious items are left by the tree because they're going to hell and hell doesn't want them. August 4, 1948, Wednesday. I have canceled confessions until further notice. If the whisperer can't leave me his note, no one else will die. I need to figure this out. Thomas was my first choice, but that was wrong. No, not wrong. A test. A test of my intelligence, and I passed. I never really thought it was Thomas. He was too flashy. He wouldn't speak. He wouldn't sneak around to kill in secret. He loved people looking at him. He would welcome the notoriety. No, I knew it wasn't him. August 5. Claire telephoned the rectory today. Father has died. She didn't understand that I just can't be bothered with that right now. I tried to explain, but she disconnected the call before I could finish. I can't believe Father picked now to die. I have more important matters to deal with. August 6th, 1948, Friday. Why is Claire so upset with me? Doesn't she know that when the disciples said to Jesus, Lord, first let me go and bury my father, but Jesus told him, follow me and let the dead bury themselves. It is right there, right in the Bible, Matthew 8, 21, 22. Doesn't she read her Bible? Okay, he's got a Savior, he's got a Jesus complex. Matthew 8, 21, 22. Okay, here we go. Matthew 8, 21, 22. And another of his disciples said unto him, Lord, suffer me first to go and bury my father. But Jesus said unto him, follow me and let the dead bury their dead. Now he thinks he's Jesus, huh? Claire, damn her, August 8, 1948, Sunday. She won't answer my calls or my letters. I've always been there for her. It's not my fault. She stayed to take care of Father for all of these years. I had a future ahead of me. She should have been perfectly happy staying there. It gave her a purpose in her life and a roof over her head. She's actually very lucky that Father let her stay. She had no other place to go. Now with Father dead, I'm sure she has claimed the house for herself. She has the nerve to ignore me. August 9, 1948, Monday. Who is both cunning and ruthless? Who seems to know everything about everybody? It's Eva. Eva Cortad. I've known it from the beginning. Her with her wicked tongue snooping into everyone else's business. I'm sure she somehow unearthed my family history and set this all in motion. She is a vile and evil person. I saw her at Mass yesterday. When she turned her wicked smile on me, I all but vomited. Oh, this guy's losing it. And now this woman, Eva, is going to die. August 10, 1948, Tuesday. I phoned Claire to ask what she remembers about Mother's ranting, but she didn't answer the phone. I'm racking my brain, but I never really paid much attention. Save the souls, you can't save the sinners. I think I remember her saying that. I do recall her retreating to the cellar for days. Save the souls, you can't save the sinners. Like kill the person. who's a sinner, killed the sinners. I do recall her retreating to the cellar for days. Of course, we were not allowed down there. As kids, when we discussed it, Claire thought Mother was writing in the basement. I'm sure that wasn't correct. I definitely recall curiosity is the unforgivable sin. I'm sure that was to keep us from opening her sacred box. She always said, I cannot touch you. I'm trying to spare you. She has cursed me. She was my mother. How could she do that? I cannot touch you. I'm trying to spare you. Our guy, he's killing the people he touches. All right, but I guess he's touching other people too. Okay, I guess that's her box. August 25, 1948. Since Claire isn't being any help to me, I have consulted my Bible. I should have done that in the first place. James 4:7, submit yourselves then to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Everything I need to know is written in the Bible. I shall find my answers there. Do we think these are the... We don't have Bible section for Anna, do we? Like, do we have a Bible section for each? No, all his disciples were men, so... Timothy, James, John. I was just thinking if there was a way to look up a code. Let's just look at this for a second. Here's the sections. Okay, everything I need to know is written in the Bible. I should have found my answers there. I was just trying to think if that was a clue about the codes, ciphers. I woke in a terrible state Friday, September 7th, 1948. I woke up in a terrible state, drenched in sweat. I dreamt of the whisperer. I still couldn't understand a word he said, but his laugh was quite unnerving. I doubt I shall be able to return to sleep this night. September 18, 1948, Sunday. When I arose this morning, I found the sealed note atop my Bible. I'm reluctant to open it. My mind is reeling. I thought no one else would die. I've waited until the sunset, but I know that I must read what is in the note. September 18, 1948. Very merry and so contrary, the tongue does wag with scorn. It spews the seeds of discontent, and thus the lie is born. So it's Eva that's going to die now, the gossiper. It's dated September 18th. Someone must have entered my room again while I slept. That is the only explanation. I must change my locks. It's dated September 18th, so clearly that is somehow the code for how to decrypt this. We could have a Vernier code where we write out September 18th and then add these letters to it. That's too much trouble to do, but that is a way that you could use, not a Vernier, but a keyword cipher where the key is September 18th, like the word September, EIGHTEENTH. And then you write that under these and add the two letters. It's a lot of work to do, though, but we could do that on a tablet. So S plus R, E plus R, P plus S, T plus O, and so on. We could try it once. But DJ Moneycut has a great point. It seems to me to be exceedingly difficult to make a code where the encoded letters also fit nicely into a poem. I think in general you are absolutely right, except for the fact that if you're just going through, like if you were just trying to spell a phrase like someone's name, you'd only have to find their letters in this and circle them. But I think you have a good point. We're certainly getting more than just someone's name. That's what's bothering me. September 19, 1948, Sunday. This rhyme is definitely about Eva. Normally I would warn her, but what if she is the killer and this is a trick? If she is the killer and believes I am onto her, I will most definitely be the next person on her list. I honestly believe she is the killer. I know it is her. I will not fall for her tricks. September 24, 1948. Friday. In reading my Bible this evening, I came upon Peter 5:8. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour. I must be vigilant. And look at him drawing this creepy skeleton creature with roots. October 1st, 1948. Mrs. Peters was in quite a state when she knocked on my door this morning. It seems she entered the church as is usual on cleaning day. What was not usual, however, was that Eva Cortad was laying in the front pew. Mrs. Peters tried to wake her, only to realize her body was cold and stiff. She then came immediately to my cottage, like it was my problem to deal with. I placed a call to the authorities, and they arrived forthwith. I cannot believe Mrs. Peters would involve me in all this. After all, I was up late last night working on Sunday's sermon. She knows perfectly well there is an emergency phone in the vestibule. She has now put me right in the limelight. Just what I needed. October 2nd, 1948, Saturday. I can't sleep. My mind won't accept that Eva's dead. This cannot be. It must be a mistake. She can't die. She is the demon. She has to be the demon. She has to be. October 5, 1948, Tuesday. I had Mrs. Peters change out all of my locks, but it doesn't matter. I barely slept at all since Eva's death. In hindsight, I suppose I should have warned her. But how was I to know she wasn't the killer? If she had been lying in wait for me, the parish would have been without their pastor. I think I made the right choice. October 10, 1948, Sunday. I'm sure the police will finally see the light. There's definitely a killer preying on my parishioners. Of course, Eva wasn't the killer, October 12. My mind was preoccupied with pastor's duties, so I could not give my choice proper attention. She was just an irritating human being. October 13, 1948, Wednesday. The police were here again. They said that they're looking into Eva's death. They as much as said that I'm their prime suspect. They must never see my journal. They know that she belonged to my parish and mentioned that it was odd that Anna Fenway, Lester Jackson, and Hank Cowell, 3 cold cases, were also members of my parish. Anna Fenway was her last name. October 14, 1948, Thursday. I am their focus. The police think it's me. That is absurd. Whoa, look at him losing his mind. October 16, 1948, Saturday. I'm studying my Bible thoroughly, both day and night. I know the answers to my question of who is responsible will be found there. October 19, 1948, Tuesday. I have to figure out what's happening to me. I've begun to doubt myself and my beliefs. Am I crazy like my mother? Or Am I a murderer? Could it be possible that I suffer from a split personality, mild-mannered parish priest by day and killer by night? It simply cannot be a coincidence that I have handled each of their religious trinkets before discovering them later under the tree. Is it possible I somehow marked them for death? That sounds crazy. It can't be. That would mean... And here he is losing his mind. But could we have a real killer that's trying to frame him? October 20, 1948, Wednesday. I wish everyone would respect my privacy. Don't they know what I'm doing is far more important than their normal problems? For once, could they just work things out for themselves? I've barely slept at all since finding Eva's pocket rosary under the tree 2 days after her death. I recall blessing it for her in May after Mass. I only remember the event because she promised to attend confession later that day, and I tried not to cringe. October 23, 1948, Saturday. I knew God would answer my question. There will be no more deaths. Matthew 12:43-45 tells me that there were 7 demons who entered my house, my parish. And yes, it was I who cast them out, but in God's name. I think I remember reading that he who helps save all men will come onto the kingdom of God. This is why I was sent here, so I could rise above. Matthew 12:43-45. Okay, let's see what line he's obsessed with. $12:43-45. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest, and findeth none. Then he saith, I will return into my house from whence I came out. And when he is come, he findeth it empty, swept, and garnished. Then goeth he and taketh with himself 7 other spirits more wicked than himself, and they enter in and dwell there. And the last state of that man is worse than the first. Even so shall it be unto this wicked generation. I don't know where he's thinking that this makes all sense to him. October 27, 1948. We're approaching Halloween here. Wednesday. God is acting just like Claire, abandoning me when I need him most. How can I save these wretched souls without his guidance? October 29, 1948. Friday. I'm getting along just fine without Claire, and I'll manage without God. I passed his stupid tests of my character, and this is how he treats me? I can do this. October 31, 1948, Sunday, Halloween. It came to me in a dream. When I asked my mother what was in the box, she said, salvation. That's it. Oh my God, I must dig out Mother's box. November 3, 1948, Wednesday, I opened the box. Here we go, guys. The moment we've been waiting for, the box. I opened the box. There are various strange items that make no sense to me. Among them, the now familiar sealed notes. Okay. One is open, and it is clear to me that it is about my mother. It is dated February 28, 1935. Okay. So I think he's talking about this one. Hey, it seems like our... That's a different one. It seems like our plan of waiting till the book told us to open the box is working out. Okay, so this one, this sealed one, I think was not open. Is he talking about another one that's already been opened? Yes, I think maybe... There's a letter here too. Okay, Let's see if this is the one he's talking about. Oh, look, these are the ones. These are the notes. Peter, Peter, Pumpkin Eater. And then Baa Baa Black Sheep with its date. Goosey, Goosey, Gander. Do you think that the bold letters are notes? Here is the Humpty Dumpty one. And then Little Boy Blue. We don't know the Little Boy Blue. I don't think we know that one. Maybe we do. October 4th. That was the one, James. I guess we do know that one. Little Boy Blue. Come blow your horn. The sheep's in the... Oh, I remember that one. Little Jack Horner. That one we had. Mistress Mary. He said there was one note already open. The little lost sheep who won't touch or speak. It's Little Bo Peep. Seesaw Marjorie Daw. I'm a little bit confused here. He says he opened the box. There are various things. He found one that's opened, the notes. It's dated February 28th, 1935, and is Little Bo Peep. Little sheep who won't touch or speak because you want to spare them, but in the end you'll lose, and then the hate will surely claim them. Why is that not here? I'm confused. I mean, this is the note that was sealed. This is not the right date. This is 1948. So I don't want to open that one yet. And then we've got a whole bunch of these, but none of these are from the 1930s. These are all from our time frame. There was this one, but this one just had these white pieces of paper in them. We've got some Bible verse. We've got her ring. And we've got a letter to Father Francis Whitmore that's been sealed and is still sealed. All right, I guess he opened the box. It's so odd that we're finally getting a mention of the box, and yet it's talking about something that we don't actually have. All right, well, I guess we'll just make a note of it. I don't understand why we have these, but we don't have that one. Very confusing to me. February 28, 1935. Okay, and then from our newspaper, We have his mother died yesterday, which was March 8th, 1935. Okay. Little lost sheep who won't touch or speak because you want to spare them, but in the end you'll lose, and then the hate will surely claim them. There's also one sealed note. I don't dare open it. Damn mother, she almost dared me to open the damn box. All those years of warnings, this dilemma is on her, not me. I am the victim here, and now I know someone has made me responsible for all the deaths. I know this because the box said so. My mother warned me, but never told me why. Why the hell didn't she just say the box is cursed? Okay, so the sealed one he's talking about must be this one. Let's keep going. There must be an explanation somewhere, something to tell me what to do. The candle, holy water, the something of what appears to be blood, and the chalice. In my mind, they all suggest a ceremony or ritual of some sort. Okay, so he is talking about things in the box. He's talking about a candle. I wonder if we now should try to find these things. Okay, so we've got holy water sealed up. There's a tiny bit left. And then the chalice he's talking about, which we did find, is the candle, the holy water, the vial of what appears to be blood. So this is empty, really, but it does seem like it used to hold blood. Oh, where's the candle? I don't see any candle. Is this leather thing a candle? A lot of... I don't like these plants. Okay, we got some holy water. We've got a chalice. We've got a vial of blood of some sort. Let us open this up and see if we can't, if this isn't a candle of some sort. Feels like it's in stones. It's all the stuff. It's all the items from the dead people. They're all corroded. It's the dead people stuff. Look at that. The golden cross, the ring rosary. Another cross, a pin. This is the little token for not drinking, I think. Here's the ring by the investor. This is another little rosary. Oh my gosh, I touched the cursed items. Okay, that's unpleasant. I thought they were going to be inside the bottom of this box and I was never going to touch them. I ended up having to touch them by mistake. All right, well, that is terrible and terrifying, but no mention of any candle. Let's return to our book here. The candle, the holy water, the vial of what appears to be blood, and the chalice. In my mind, they all suggest a ceremony or ritual. I don't see any candle. I mean, no mention of this. That's not a candle. What's this? Bloody... Ew, it's a bloody Q-tip. That's awful. I don't see any candle though. Oh, I just noticed there's an engraving up on this box. It's like a tree. This tree is cursed somehow. All right. What can we do but continue on? Mention of a candle, but we didn't see any candle. All right. He thinks all these things must go together. In my mind, they all suggest a ceremony or ritual of some sort. I flash back to Mother's long stints in the basement. It's more than possible that an 8-year-old would confuse right with right. Did Claire mean right? Did she mislead me on purpose? I need to look up that definition. Rite or ritual, a religious or solemn ceremony consisting of a series of actions performed according to a prescribed order. Now I know what I'm looking for. That was November 4, 1948. November 6, according to Mrs. Peters, I have been shirking my duties. How dare she speak to me in that manner? Now, how I run my parish is none of her damn business. I need more time. I'm canceling all masses until further notice. November 8, Monday. Received a letter from the bishop reprimanding me for dereliction of duties. Oh my God, I am too busy trying to save souls for his bullshit. November 10, 1948, Wednesday. Mrs. Peters informed me that the bishop keeps ringing for me. She questioned why I am not returning his calls. I need peace and quiet. I had to let Miss Peters go. November 13, 1948, Saturday. I've been through the box again and again. If I am to perform a ritual, I need some guidance. The sealed envelope must hold the instructions. I am forced to open it. Damn it. No instructions. It's a damn rhyme. A rhyme about me. I have marked myself for death. Okay, so are they talking about this envelope or this envelope? He said it was a rhyme about me. Let's see if this is a rhyme about him. Okay, it must be this one. Seesaw Marjorie Daw. Oh, so dumb, Dora's son. Forever he'll serve a new master. Because he unsealed the box, his life was lost. And now he shall pay ever after, with a double letter at the end like the others, like some of the others. And here again, we've got the music and the date. 11/13/1948. That matches exactly 11/13/1948. Okay, so finally we found one of the right things he opened. He was hoping to have instructions in it. Seesaw Marjorie Daw. Jackie shall have a new master. Jack, he shall have but a penny a day because he can't work. I don't know why we care about the actual song. Seesaw Marjorie Daw. Jackie shall have a new master. Jackie shall have but a penny a day because he can't work any faster. And then there's the part that was added. Okay, so he's opened this field note, and he has rightfully said that he thinks he's cursed himself to death now. Damn it. No instructions. It's a damn rhyme. A rhyme about me. I have marked myself for death. I knew I shouldn't have opened it. Now I must work quickly. It is I who will free the souls. I alone can save them from eternal damnation. I just have to discern how to do that. I will take up the armor of God, that I will be able to stand up in the face of evil. November 15, 1948, Monday. I have found the ritual and read through it carefully. One of the steps is to bury the box. I'm aware that there is an extensive tunnel system that runs under the grounds of the asylum. Although I have never entered them, I believe it will make a good alternative to burying the box, since the grounds are frozen solid this time of year. I have heard tales of ghastly events happening in the bowels of the asylum. I detest the thought of having to experience them now. He says he found... I have found the ritual and read through it. So we have two possibilities. Either the ritual is in here, or it's something else that we're not understanding. Cursed is everyone that hangeth on a tree. Yikes. I guess I'm going to open this to see if this is the instructions for the ritual that he found. And if this is the not the envelope with the ritual instructions, I don't know what to tell you. Let me read this myself. This is the message from, this is a letter from Claire. I have one real serious complaint about this game, and it's this. Like, this is a really silly thing to not give us some guidance about these items. Now, okay, I'm pausing this here. So let's talk about this for a second. I can see that this bottom is a false bottom. I can intuit that we're going to lift this up and then look in the bottom. But it's not clear to me. This is exactly the situation we got before. Like, am I supposed to do that and then discover the false bottom where the ritual instructions are? Or is this supposed to be the finale that we read about in the diary at the end? I really don't understand why. Like, look, there is the false bottom. That is very scary. I think there might be something else in there, but I mean, am I dooming myself to some curse if I open this, or is this the instructions? I'm scared. And I'm angry at the designers for not giving us some guidance. All right, I'm going to put this back. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. We're going to have to stick with our original idea. We're going through the diary until the diary instructs us. We only have a couple pages left. We're doing this tonight. I'm not going to sleep with this half curse. I found the ritual and read through it carefully. One of the steps is to bury the box. Okay, he says he's going to put it under the tunnels. I believe it will make a good alternative to burying the box once the grounds are frozen solid this time of year. I've heard tales of ghastly events happening in the bowels of the asylum. I detest the thought of having to experience them now. November 16, 1948, Tuesday. This evening after dark, I entered the deserted tunnels. They are damp, dark, and cramped. My plan was to venture deep into the abyss, but after only a short distance, I found it difficult to breathe. I searched the walls of the tunnel and found a depression that I believe will be just deep enough to conceal the box. That should satisfy the burial part of the ritual. I quickly retraced my steps and returned to the safety of my cottage. I don't relish having to return underground to leave the box in order to complete the ritual. And here he's drawn some scary sketch. November 18, 1948, Thursday. I figured out what to do. It's up to me to make things right. I'm going to do what my mother should have done. Put the ritual where someone can readily locate it. For if the box should ever reappear, the person in possession of it may not be as sharp-witted as I, so I'll make it easy for them, committing the ritual to my journal, where they are sure to see it, and by doing so, save my soul. After all, saving my soul should be their first obligation. Here is the ritual in its entirety. Whoa, I think he thinks this is the ritual. November 19, 1948, Friday. I just don't understand. This is not possible. When I open my journal, the ritual has disappeared right off the page. How can this be? In its place is a tree. A tree. How? There seems to be writing on the base. Could it be a message? I'm frightened. Once I've completed the rituals, I will return the instruction to where my mother had it hidden. The next person will have to unravel its whereabouts on their own. The blood comes after the end. Whoa, that's scary. So, what is he talking about? In its place is a tree. There seems to be writing at the base. Could it be a message? What writing is he talking about at the base? Okay, but now it is mentioning. Now he says, I'm going to return the instruction to where my mother had it hidden. The next person will have to unravel it. And here is the boxes open to. All right, so now it's clearly telling us to search the box for the hidden ritual message. So now we are allowed to do this. So we're taking this off. Out come the instructions, but there's something else in there. Oh, I'm scared to get it out. Is this side left out? There's definitely something else hidden in there. All right, let's take a look at the ritual instructions and be careful with them. They seem very old. Simple Simon. Little Tom Tucker. There was a crooked man. What are these? 1889, 1861, 1842. 1889, 1861, 42. These are all the previous owners of this Bible have been cursed with these death messages. And here's more. 1918, Jack and Jill, 1928. And here is Little Bo Peep, the one that ended up killing the mother. 2/23, 1935. Okay, so that's what's hidden under here. And that matches the date of the owners of these Bibles. Now, I guess we have to go down into here and get this thing. That is pretty scary. Oh God, I feel like we're getting cursed. I think you guys think that you're escaping the curse. I think if you watch this, you're just as cursed as me. Yeah, that's it. There's no instructions. But this is a candle of some sort. It's like a bloody candle with a string. That's weird. And some matches to light it. I don't like this. Definitely a candle. No instructions though. Maybe the instructions are in those notes. So he wrote the ritual. It turned into a tree. Then it says, in its place is a tree. There seems to be writing at the base. Could it be a message? I don't understand what writing it's talking about at the base. At the base of the tree, there's supposed to be writing? There's definitely no writing at the base of this tree. I mean, I can zoom in for you so you can see yourself. So I don't know what that's about. There was writing on the box. Is there writing in the tree branches? It doesn't look like it's all pixelated in the actual image. So I don't know what they're talking about. I will return the instruction to where my mother had it hidden. What does that mean? All right, the blood comes after the end. All right, we're almost done with the diary. Let's keep reading. November 20, 1948, Saturday. I'm starting with Mother. She will be my test case. For her sake, I pray that it works. It is not what I expected, though I have to admit I don't know what I expected. Yes, I have saved her soul. I believe once I've completed the rituals and saved the souls, I shall be spared. I'm doing God's work. He most certainly will have mercy on my soul. He who helps save all men will come onto the kingdom of God. I'm fairly certain that is how it reads. I hope she knows how lucky she is that I opened the box. Maybe she planned on me opening it. I'm sure she counted on me. Of course, it couldn't have been Claire. She probably knew. Mother probably confided in her, told her the box was cursed. I wonder if Father knew. He probably did. I'm sure that is why they have avoided me ever since I left home. I hate them all. One match, November 21, 1948. One match. She couldn't have been too concerned about having her soul saved, or she would have put more matches in the box. How did she expect me to save all the souls with one damn match? I walked over to the church and searched everywhere. I don't know what Mrs. Peters was thinking. She is so disorganized. I don't know why I've trusted her to help me run this place. She was never much help. She most certainly isn't a self-starter. I finally found 4 matches. 4. I will have to be very efficient if I plan on saving all of them. While in the church, I passed by the confessional. I could have sworn I heard shuffling inside. It stopped me in my tracks. I had no time to deal with anyone or anything that may have been the cause of the noise. To avoid passing by the confessional again, I exited out the side entrance. It was probably nothing. November 24th, 1948. This is the last page here. The exhaustion is overcoming me, and I am no longer functioning sanely. I made one last trip to the tree. It is nearly in full bloom, while the other trees on the ground are bare. I have one more ritual to perform, then it will be out of my hands. November 25, 1948, Wednesday. I have done all that I can do. All that's left is to seal the box and return it to the tunnel. My job is done. Then we do have little pockets here that the diary sits in. Doesn't seem like there's anything extra. We could try to take it out. That didn't help. Well, I suppose there is one more thing. There is only one more thing that we haven't read, which is this note. There is a picture of a tree, yes. With the letters in the bottom of this space? No. No letters at the bottom of that base of that tree. So that was the stuff he stole. This was just pure white piece of paper. We haven't decoded this code, and we haven't decoded the messages, which could be instructions. Let's read this letter, then maybe we'll end this session and try to figure out the ritual tomorrow. But let's read this letter. What is the date on this? November 5, 1948. So the diary goes past that. There must be an explanation. He's mad at his sister for not writing him. Let's see. It seems like she did write him. Dearest Francis, I have been trying to ring you for several days. I pray Mrs. Peters has not fallen ill. I hope you are well also. It has been much too long since we have spoken. You have always held a special place in my heart. After all, you are my only brother, and with both mother and father gone, you are all the family I have. I was reaching out regarding the rhyme you sent me last year. I happened upon it while cleaning out a desk. I suspect that I was originally so taken aback by the abhorrent language, I didn't recognize it for what it is, a cipher or code. I am fairly certain that the bold and regular letters make up a pattern, and that the periods represent where to start and finish. I admit my curiosity got the best of me, and I tried unsuccessfully to decode the hidden message. I know that it is not something or Morse code. It is not binary. She wouldn't write binary. It's not something or Morse code, but I believe it must be something similar. By now, I am sure you have worked this out on your own, but I wanted you to know I hadn't forgotten you. Please phone me or at least drop me a short note letting me know you are well. Your loving sister, Claire. So she's just giving us a hint that the messages are codes. For all we know, there are instructions. Hmm. Code, but codes we're going to have to figure out on our own, it seems. I thought the way this game was working that it was going to walk us through the codes at some point. Apparently not. Yeah. Dennis says I'm confused. I'm confused also. I must admit, I'm a little confused myself. We do have the cross with a code in it. Maybe once we solve this code, that presumably the mother has written on this cross. Maybe this will give us a key how to solve the other one. Yeah, I mean, I would call this a very odd experience here, in the sense that it's very creepy, wonderfully written diary, but it's very confusing what the game expects us to do, although clearly we should be deciphering those notes. And maybe that will shed some light. Well, I think the thing to do is to stop here, and we'll meet again tomorrow evening at 10 p.m. Clearly we're supposed to go through some ritual. I don't think we're quite on the wavelength of these designers, though, in terms of clarity in instruction. And sort of disconnects between what the diary says and what we see. For a good example of the disconnect is this. We're reading here, and he says, hey, in my diary, I wrote the instructions to the ritual. Here they are, and they turn into a tree. Okay, that's all fine and well. Everything's good. But then it says, oh, but there's writing at the base. Could it be a message? But there's no writing at the base. So it's a little bit of a disconnect. And definitely a disconnect in terms of items in the box. Yeah. Well, all right. Well, we've read everything. So, and we've been playing for 6 hours. I think the thing to do is stop here. Seems like we could almost finish it tonight, but we don't really understand what's gone wrong here. So we'll stop here. We'll meet again tomorrow night, and I guess we'll spend tomorrow trying to figure out this code. Bit confusing that the game hasn't given us more guidance about this difficult code. Whether that's good or not, I don't know. But it is a bit of a dramatic shift from story narrative to now it feels like we're stuck for a few hours working on a code. And we don't even know if that's relevant to telling us about this ritual. All right. Well, we do know that we can decode this cross Pigpen, so maybe doing that will open up some thoughts about where the ritual is hidden. All right. Thank you for joining me. 6 hours, 17 viewers left. Most of the chat has had to drop out and go to sleep. Hopefully, I will survive until tomorrow, and we will try to perform the ritual, figure out where the instructions are. I'll see you tomorrow evening, 10 p.m. Thank you all for keeping me company, keeping my sanity. A very cool story and a very cool diary, just in a weird position. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow.